early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tej Hanley. And because Tej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tej Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tej. Let the Tej force be with you. Let's just have a conversation. How y'all doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got the real precious Lady Di, Anton Daniels, Raya Ali, Eve, Bruiser. Got a couple more people that'll be popping through in a little bit. How you guys doing, family? How y'all doing?
Yeah, you're doing good.
Good, pretty good.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you guys. We're gonna go ahead and hop into the show. But before we do, shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. Make sure you guys click that link. The link is in the description. Let me go ahead and see what we got going on in the chat. Shout out to all the Green Gang in the chat. If you want to become part of Green Gang, make sure you click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat, and that's how you become part of the Green Gang. Let me go ahead and shout out some of the few people that I see us in the chat. Mr. VX87, CC, Mover J, Big Bad Boy. What's up to you, sir? Salute to you. Leslie, J. Ali, Jordan. What's going on, brother? Marcellus Davis, Sean Gates is in the building. Frenchie K 757. I'm seeing some new Green Gang members that I don't typically see this early, man. Shout out to you. Shamar Lawrence. Again, if you want to become part of Green Gang, click that link pinned to the top of the chat. Nurse Fancy. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Typically, the likes are low. I can already see it's going to be a great show. Got a great cast, great panel. Bruiser's just getting dark. I see a little hint of purple in the back. Something like you got some mood switches going on back there. Eve. I don't know, man. It's like you're taking us to church today. That's kind of giving me
what's it giving?
it's giving like a vibe of I don't know. It's just kind of give me a church vibe.
Does it?
With that
Yeah.
top?
It's probably
No.
it's probably the collar.
It's given private school.
Yeah,
Is
yes.
is it good or bad thing though?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's as a show go on. I guess we're gonna have to find out.
I like it. That's all that matters.
That's all that
Like
matters. Hey, I
babies.
ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. I want to pull up this pic real quick and tell me what you guys notice. Anything?
Fake.
Got wide hips. Photoshop.
Heavily altered photo.
Because of the bars are bent.
Saddlebag.
The thighs don't match.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are on it, man.
And the thighs
all.
don't match.
I guess I don't have to do a vision check, but do you believe we are in the catfish culture? Do you believe we are in the catfish culture? I'm gonna go ahead and start with Precious first. Go ahead.
I was going to say earlier, I saw a woman getting a makeup facial, like the makeup stays on her face, I guess. But yes, we are in a catfish culture. We're in a culture where you can look one way online, and in person you don't quite look that way, or you just want to cover up so many things about yourself that the natural just completely goes away. You no longer feel like yourself because you have all these altered ways about you, whether it's your makeup, whether it's a BBL, whether it's weave, no matter what it is. And I think it's more so for women. I don't think many men do catfishing. I don't think they have that liberty. But yeah, I think it's more women, and I think it's a self-esteem issue.
But I'm sorry, you said that. I'm laughing because I've never heard of this. There's people who wear makeup permanently.
Like I just saw it. Yeah, I'll send it to you. It was like a makeup. It was like semi-permanent, and the esthetician, whatever the person is putting on the mask, is literally putting it on with a brush, like a motorized brush, in circles on her face.
All right, let me go ahead and go to Bruiser. What are your thoughts about it? So you think we're in catfish culture?
Honestly, I think we way ahead of catfish culture. We're at the point to where the impersonations they once used temporarily to deceive us has become a way of using it permanently in your face. And society is telling us that, hey, this is who this person chose to be. They put on all this stuff. They alter themselves, and that's who they are now. So it's no longer a deception. It's more like a force of an acceptance. To keep it short.
All right. Rhea, what are your thoughts about it? Do you believe we're in a catfish culture?
I absolutely think that we're in a catfish culture, and it's crazy. Like, I don't see anything wrong with slight enhancements, like a little makeup here, a little extension there, a little touching up of the photos. But when you're doing this to the point where you look like a totally different person, I think that's extreme. And I don't understand why people would even want to do that, because it's like you meet somebody, now they're disappointed. Now they're like, oh, I thought I was meeting her, but instead I met you. So I definitely think we're in a catfish culture, and I think that it's crazy and it could be detrimental to both parties.
Eve, what are your thoughts about it? Do you believe we're in a catfish culture?
I believe we're in a catfish culture for sure. And I also think that we're in a vanity is at an all-time high now. So with that, they kind of go hand in hand. I agree with you, Rhea, that there's nothing wrong with, putting on some weave or putting on some makeup. But like the real Precious said, that people are going to the extent where you having permanent makeup just to look away, or even having to doctor pictures. I think it's a bit extreme, especially if you're trying to meet someone and you're not really giving your full self. Like, and if they see you in person, then this is, you look totally different. So yeah, for sure. A lot of insecurity
in person. You still giving a whole different person that you're not.
With what now?
I'm saying it's carried off of the pictures. It's off of the canvas now. It's actually your physical, your whole makeup is an impersonation.
Mm.
We
And I
pass
don't think
photos
there's
now.
anything wrong with that. I just think you have to be careful with it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with, zhuzhing up yourself a little bit. But there is, levels to it as well.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that, well, it's like a question. So let's say for everyone that wears makeup and you get with a guy and you guys, I don't know, let's say you get married, whatever, and you take off your makeup, you're not the woman that he quote unquote married because now he see you without it. Do you think that the makeup that you take off and you show your true self, do you think that is like a lie, or he will look at it as a lie because you took your makeup off and you're not going to look the same? So I'm asking Eve.
I think with that person, he's going to know prior to marrying you. I don't think you're going to just go to sleep with your makeup, wake up with your makeup, and he not know what your natural self looks like before you get to the altar. So I think that I'm not going to say it doesn't really have any relevancy, but yeah, I think that a man would know these things prior to marrying you.
I would say the same. It's just that, there's some women that actually would sleep with their makeup on, because some women actually wear makeup for insecurity reasons. Not everyone, but the ones that do, is that something that, okay, you wear makeup, cover all your imperfections, and then it's more like a lie to somebody, when if you're just wearing it, like I guess what you guys are talking about, in a certain way, it may not be nothing wrong with it. But I guess because so many people wear it, now they're like, let's have it to where it's going to be semi-permanent, because it's becoming more of a second nature type of thing, where it's like, I can't walk out the house without the makeup. And then everybody's thinking this way. And then it's just, for some people, they're taking it to the extreme. So I don't know. The question, do you believe we are in a catfish culture? I would say yes, primarily. A lot of individuals don't want to be themselves. They don't even have to just be makeup. It's just anything. They show a person that they're not, just to kind of fit in, instead of just being who they are and having people like them for who they are, instead of matching what they see on social media or on TV.
All right, let me get Ali in there. What are your thoughts, sir? Do you believe we are in a catfish culture?
Everybody had some good answers, and I think I want to kind of branch off of what Bruiser was talking about. I think it's way beyond that now. Back then, I think we all been catfished a couple of times, and then you learn how to keep from being catfished. But it used to be someone's trying to attract you for something that they're not. But we're in a society now where you got, and it is mostly women, if we're going to be honest, you got fake eyebrows, fake eyelashes, fake hair, makeup, BBLs, breast implants. Next is going to be fake legs, fake arms, but it's not even trying to attract men anymore. It's about competing for a facade that's set in a society that people don't even really like. So you used to try to attract a man, but it's not even about attracting a man anymore. It's about seeing who looks the fakest, or who gets the most clout for being fake. So I think it's way past catfishing, but it's bad, man. And I think it more so talking about what Bruce was talking about. It's coming to a place where men and women, period, are not happy with themselves. And it's an attack on manhood and femininity and masculinity, to the point that family's going to cease completely. I think Anton talked about this on other panels. Like, it's destroying the fabrics of society because people aren't happy with themselves. They don't even know how to be a man or a woman anymore.
Saying Ali referenced you, Anton. What are your thoughts? Do you believe we are in the catfish culture? Be honest.
I got questions. I just got questions, because catfishing is for somebody to present themselves completely different online, and then when you meet them, they're a completely different person. All right, so let's set the foundation. My question then becomes, how can you be catfished unless you're cheating, right? And the cheating is, and this is the thing that I tell people all the time, why y'all keep trying to meet people online? You can't get tricked if you out here actually participating in real life and actually interacting with people, but you want to cheat. You want the easy way out. You want your DMs popping. Here's my other question before I even get to that. How many of y'all has never used a filter before? Okay, outside of Bruiser now. How many people has never used a filter? So all y'all cheating. So y'all participating. Y'all are contributing to the very thing that you don't like. Now, what happens is every time that anybody does anything from a competition perspective, it's always going to be a leg up. It's always going to be somebody that's looking to leg up and looking to get a leg up and looking to get more attention and looking to get more likes and looking to get whatever and looking to get their DMs popping. And so as a result, what you start to experience is the very thing that you hate is the thing that you participate in. You doctor up your pictures, you put them online, and then your real life start to become a reflection of that. And so as a result, the only way for you to really solve for this is to meet people in real life and not meet people in real life based off of what it is that you see on the app. Because then you got to do much more work, and then you got to hope that you get the authentic version of whatever somebody is when they show up. And that's silly to me. I've never understood the idea behind people meeting people off of an app. That makes no sense. I think that people need to get out in the streets. They need to participate. Like, if you ever want to get back to the core of what it is that we're doing and how we need to solve for the problems within our community, whether it's catfishing or anything like that, it all comes back to the same thing. You need to go outside. You need to see people. You need to meet them. You need to have conversations. You need to authentically be able to vet people by just being around people without having any kind of interest. And then that's the thing that you start to see who they really are without all of the things that they're trying to present to you on a date.
Don't you limit your options by doing that?
Don't you what?
Don't you limit your options by doing that?
You only got to get it right once. How many options do you need?
I'm talking about as a man. If you out here looking for a woman, you limit your options to your radius of what you can, as far as you can travel, as far in your
But isn't
area.
that the thing that made us successful within the Black community in the first place, is that people didn't have so many options to be able to choose from. And as a result, they aligned with the people that was more closely aligned with where they was going.
So you saying that because of we're able to use the technology we created to be able to amplify our choices, as far as I want to see what Julie looks like in the state of Washington, and I live in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
My ability to do that has crippled the community.
Absolutely. It 100% has. That's exactly what it's done. It's crippled the community.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, I would say options are a bad thing. The best restaurants and the most successful ones are the ones that have the limited amount of options. That means that they've perfected the thing that they do great. Chick-fil-A, for example, is the most successful fast food restaurant, more successful per store than any McDonald's restaurant. Their menu is limited. And what they've learned to do is focus more on customer service, more on the great thing that they do, which is make great chicken. And they have a limited amount of options that go along with it. And so that allows for them to be great at what it is that they do. So instead of us focusing on mastering the environment in which we live in, we look to be like everybody else, which is one of the things that social media has done for us, is make us want to be a Me Too culture. And we don't even have any identity of who we are. Even Black people specifically, Black people used to have pride in who they were. We used to dress up to go to baseball games. There was no other group of people that did that. We used to dress up to go everywhere. We used to have so much pride in it didn't matter how much we made. Everybody was more focused on being the best version of themselves. And then the minute that we started trying to be like everybody else, because we started getting the purview of how everybody was operating, it didn't allow us to take the best of them. It allowed for us to want to be like everybody else. And now we don't have any identity. And so I think that opening up, when you see a person that has even been raised, a young girl that has been raised in a stable environment, and then you send her off to college, you fuck her up. Because now you put her in an environment that she's not used to. And then not only do you do that, you put her in an environment where she got too many options, and now she come home messed up in the head because she doesn't even really have any identity anymore. So I think that options are a bad thing, especially for women.
But if she already had, I'm sorry to interrupt you. But if she already had that basic social skills already, do you really think that it would ruin her if she went off to college?
Absolutely. I think college is a training ground for hoes. I think college is an indoctrination camp for liberal media, for them to be able to train you in order to be able to think differently or to open yourself up to things that you would have never opened yourself up to before. And it's a training ground to make you for the streets.
I agree.
College is quite possibly the worst thing that a woman can do is go to college, especially at the age that she goes to college. I don't even think women until you get married should even go to college. I think that college is the worst thing for a woman, especially for a Black woman.
And that's in terms of traditional college, like you're going into a dorm, you know, they have co-ed dorms. Think of an 18-year-old coming from a high school, going straight into a space where she could live roommates with somebody. And then next door are a whole bunch of guys. And then everybody's not going to go in there having the same mindset. So there's going to be people going in there like, you know, they're just coming to have sex. So a young woman that just wants to go there for school is now going to be influenced by these people that are literally sleeping right next to her. She has to go take a shower, walk 5 doors down with her, you know, shower robe and all this stuff. And she's passing by all of these different men, young boys, however you want to call it. And this just natural temptation. So I get where he's coming from. And I agree to that. It's something that, you know,
she gonna stop at one of them doors, ain't she?
Yeah, somebody gonna peek their head out. So it's even if you train a woman right, like it's still temptation because she's young. They're immature. You're not mature when you're 18. Now, I'm not saying everybody. There's some people that are mature, but not everybody's like that. So it's just setting them off for destruction, especially if they don't, you know life yet. You don't know life until you move out your parents' house. You
Let me
live
tell you
life
something. I've already set the standard. We've had conversations with my daughter, and she is incredibly excited. All the way to the point to where we've decided that we're going to build a bigger house because we've concluded that my daughter is not moving out the house. I don't care how old she is. I don't care if she's 29, 30 years old. She's not moving out the house until she gets married. And she's not going off to college. She's not going to college out of state. She's not going to stay somewhere else. None of that. We've already worked this out as a family. She's already understood this. We've programmed this into her. And until she leaves my covering and be handed over into her husband, she will not leave out of my sight. I am her protector. I am her provider. I am the person that is going to oversee her well-being. I am going to be the person that vet her husband. And until then, she will not leave my sights at all. I don't care how liberal, I don't care how free y'all think y'all are. I am controlling the narrative of what goes on in my family and my household. Nobody else.
And I think that that's amazing, Anton, for you to be there to do that for your daughter. That's a really stand-up thing for you to do, very commendable. But I feel like we have to be realistic. And in today's society, things aren't getting cheaper, they're getting more expensive. So for a woman to not get an education when in her household, she's going to likely have to provide income, I think is just incredibly realistic. It's not possible. So in your situation, you're there to provide the resources for your daughter and it's possible. But in situations where that doesn't happen, the woman—
Why do you have to go off to college to get an education? I'm curious.
You can be educated in the world. You can be educated in the school of hard knocks. You could be educated.
No. Why can't you get educated, college educated, without going off to college?
Elaborate. What do you mean?
You can stay home and get college educated.
Oh, you mean like online?
No, you can go to class the same way that you go to class as a high school student and bring your black ass back home and do your fucking homework.
Okay, that's an option. That's definitely an option. I thought you meant not going to college at all.
No, I don't think that women should go off and stay on a campus and get indoctrinated and get fucked over and be for the streets. There's no reason why you should have an 18-year-old young girl in a completely different state by herself. That's crazy. That is insane. We don't need— I heard on a panel a bunch of men say that you shouldn't even put your own son out on the street. Your son should be able to stay home as long as he possibly can in order to have your covering. But we willing to let our daughters go off to college in a completely different state by herself so that she can have freedom. Freedom to do what? What does she need freedom to do? I'm curious. What does she need freedom to do?
Bust it open.
I'm just curious. What are we teaching her? What freedom does she need to be in a completely different place, uncovered, unprotected, and you can't get to her as a father?
Sexual liberation.
She's gonna learn what catfish is going to college.
Just curious. And if you really want to financially protect her, then you would give her that covering to be able to stay home so that she stopped. Because I mean, if y'all really want to deep dive into it, Black women are the most or the most enrolled, but they also hold the most student debt. So you solve for multiple different problems at the same time. That way, y'all ain't got to sit here and vote for Biden, and he holding this over your head and saying, if you want your student loans forgiven, you can come over to daddy. You solve for multiple different problems. You keep the wealth in the household. You protect your daughter. You don't let her get indoctrinated. And then next thing you know, she's some feminist out here running around and she's gay. And then at the same time, you can keep her under your covering and you can continue to vet whoever it is that's around her, and you can give her the game effectively.
He only gonna forgive 10,000.
People don't want that because y'all so busy wanting to push these chicks out here to be free, and then y'all wondering why all of these chicks is for the streets.
I think 20,000 if you make a certain amount. I think, but the max is 10,000, and then 20,000 if you make a certain amount of income. So it's not the whole complete debt. Some people think they ain't gonna wipe 100K out. Nah.
You shouldn't have student loans at all. There's no reason for you to have student loans. It's not necessary.
You said there's no reason to have a student loan?
It's no reason for you to have.
Why does most people go to college and get student loans then?
Because first of all, they overpay for their education. Secondly, you give them the option as an adult to do what they want to do, and most people overborrow. Secondly, the best way for you to do it is actually go to community college, because if you do your first 2 years and then you're able to mitigate the amount of money that you're going to give over to them just to say that you live on campus, right? You can your education, and you can probably do a whole semester for less than $1,200-$1,300 when you go into community college first. Then they have programs where you can transfer over to a major university. And then by that time, if you really want the game, if you really want to mine this out, by that time, within 2 years, you should be able to if you're going into the right program, to get the job genuinely in the industry that you want to participate in. What I did was I went into the industry, but I chose an employer. I took less money to choose an employer that actually helped me pay for my education, right? So there's ways to go about doing it. It's just that us as a community, we don't want to have that conversation, because then it limits what we really want to do, which is go out here and fuck on each other. We will sacrifice our future. We will sacrifice our money. We will go into student loan debt. We will do anything we want to do instead of doing the thing that's the best for us, because you have your whole life to go and do whatever you want to do. You're going to have another 50, 60 years to do whatever you want to do. Make the sacrifice. You don't have to push them out at 18. Get them out at 28 or 29. Once they're able to get married and they get some stability and their brain is fully developed. Most women's brain ain't even fully developed until their mid-20s. But we want to push them out there and let them make their own decision on who it is that they can vet a man effectively. That's crazy to me. So we don't use logic when it comes to making a decision that's in our own best interest. So what makes you think we're going to make the best decision that's in our children's best interest?
I was going to say, to go off what Anton said just quickly about college. What I did was I went into a 2-year community college for 1 semester. I determined myself as a non-matriculated student. With that, I had to make sure that I had a good GPA. So with that great GPA that I did actually get, I transferred that into a college I wanted to go to, which was a major college, and they gave me an academic scholarship. So with that, they pay like 90%. I only had 10% I had to pay, which wasn't that much at all. So there are ways, and the Black community, I don't believe, even talks about that. They talk about you going to these major HBCUs, but they don't say, hey, everybody's not going to get a scholarship. Money's not for everybody. It's just for a certain amount of people. But what happens to the ones that don't have money, right? They're going to give you, you have to pay this amount of money in order for you to go to this semester. You have to borrow money from your parents and rack up their debt. That type of stuff is not good for you, for them, or for you long term. So there are ways. It's just that resources are there, but no one's looking for them. So I think just talking to people, asking, oh, wow, do you have student debt? You can ask, like, do you have this? They'll say yes, or they'll say no. The person that says no, ask them, how the hell did they do that? Because majority of us have it. So it's just things that are not even asked. No one's asking. No one cares, because they want to go and have a fun, free, happy life in a traditional college. But you don't even have to do all that. That stuff is kind of overrated anyway.
All right, Mr. Lego, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Trying to get this camera right. I'm in the
All right,
hotel room.
I don't know if you saw this thing though. I put this thing up. You notice anything different?
Do I notice anything different about what am I looking for? Do I supposed to know who she is or
If
what?
you want to get catfish.
He live in Atlanta, so y'all.
He think that's gorgeous. That's what he think. He ready to wife.
How she look, Mr. Lego?
Well, not with that hair. I ain't wifing nobody with all that mess on their head.
He
So.
focused on the wrong.
I'm
God damn.
I'm talking about everything
Will.
else, Mr. Lego. How does she look to you?
Um,
She's not a man too, so let's just go ahead and take that out the
Is she
equation.
bad or what?
I don't know. I don't look at wig wearers the same as everybody else do. So I'm sorry if you're a wig wearer, you're not bad in my opinion. So you're just a woman.
Okay.
So what's the catch?
This nigga, God.
What? What is that?
This motherfucker.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Cause he see it every day, y'all. I don't know why y'all trying to ask him.
That's why catfishing is successful right now.
Y'all gotta cut Mr. Lego some slack. He's not looking at it. He's not looking at it like that. Mr. Lego, I got your back tonight, big dog.
No, don't get his back. Don't do that.
What am I missing there? I'm and then I'm on my phone and not on my computer, so it's a little bit small.
The bars is bent. The picture is altered. It's photoshopped to where
No, don't tell him out. Let him pitch a
Oh, okay, I see.
Not the bars are
That's
bent.
crazy. The bars are literally bent.
Oh snap! I didn't even see
shot.
that.
Her hips, bro.
That's crazy.
Not the bars.
It's her
are
hips,
bent.
bro. Just ignore
The
the
bars are literally bent.
It's-
I ain't see that.
Oh my goodness.
These women, bro, they do anything just to look better. But
He would have been
at some
smashed,
point,
bought some brand new tires and everything before he found out.
Well, you already know once you see her, you're not going to get all that because that's a filter or something.
All right, so that brings me to the question I asked everybody else when they shoot. Do you believe we are in a catfish culture?
Y'all are in a catfish culture. I'm one of the few men who are into natural looking women, no
You
wig
just
wearers.
showcase that too, huh?
So I don't know what y'all be doing, but I don't like all that mess. So no, y'all are in a catfish culture. So that's what I gotta say. Not me. I don't do none of that stuff. The only thing that could be fake on you is your teeth. You get your teeth done, but other than that, I ain't messing with you.
Why? I'm just asking. Why just the
Why?
teeth? Yeah.
I just don't understand. It's something that I just don't understand. I don't understand why women think it's okay to just walk out their house looking like somebody else. That shit is crazy to me. Cause I don't want you. Because my whole point is if you don't like how you look, or if you don't like you, I sure ain't gonna like you. I'll smash you, but I ain't gonna like you while I'm smashing you because you don't like yourself.
I disagree with that, Mr. Let Go. I think we can have the option of fancying ourselves if we still have that level of
Fancying yourself. That's what you call it?
Yeah. If it's not about an insecurity. It's just something that we choose to do.
You had it right. You still have that level.
No, it's an insecurity. You wouldn't do it if it wasn't an insecurity.
If a woman chooses to wear a weave or like put a little rouge on or something, that makes them insecure. No, it's just something.
No, there's nothing wrong with some lipstick. That's normal stuff. I say fake stuff. Lipstick has been, like I don't look at lipstick. Even braids. Braids is like old school. You know what I mean? So certain things is normal. You know what I mean? But most of these women can't even walk to the corner store without wearing all this fake crap. And that, in my opinion, is disgusting because it's a mind thing and it's an internal thing and not an external thing. You can't go to the corner store. You can't go to the grocery store without a damn wig on. I always go to the grocery store. And it's crazy how chicks just be in a grocery store with a damn wig on. You in a grocery store, take that shit off. You're grocery shopping. It's disgusting to me. But that's just me.
So you went to the grocery shop looking like Miss Seeley?
Yes. See, this is something that women don't realize. We want to see
I want
you
my woman to
out
be
in the
bad as
world.
she want to be.
No, we want to see women at some point out in the world the worst she's going to ever look. So when we meet you, I mean, once we get you, we see who you're going to actually be when we actually are in the house with you. Because the thing about it is, y'all wear all this crazy mess for other people. But when y'all get home to y'all man, then y'all take all that bullshit off. That is counterproductive and idiotic, in my opinion.
Okay.
And dumb. And stupid.
And it sounds
Well,
like that's why
wouldn't
you probably single too.
Hey, it's not a lot of normal women out here. It's all these weirdo women out here. So you just kind of like just deal with what you can get. But it's shout out to the natural women who wear their natural hair, natural everything. You feel me? Shout out to them.
Y'all don't come on, man. Y'all don't really want natural. Stop it, bro.
Well, I want natural. I don't care about all this stuff. I might be an anomaly.
I'm not talking about the guys in particular on this panel because I don't know what y'all want specifically.
Mm.
But one of the reasons why women feel so compelled to do the things that they do is because they the ones that get hollered at.
Well,
we live in a culture where women replicate the thing that they see getting the most attention. I mean, if we just want to be 100.
Okay, I agree with you. And this is something that I would always say, and it's a real life thing. If you're at a bar, because I've seen it myself and done it myself, the chicks with the wigs and the stupid looking eyelashes, they are going to get hollered at way more than the natural hair chick. The natural hair chick, ain't nobody going to walk up and talk to her because she looks like she loves herself. I'm not going to be able to bang her in 2 days. She's going to have to, she's going to put me through some stuff. So I don't want that if I'm in the club, if I'm out trying to just smash something. We're going to go after the wig wearers because they're going to smash probably that same night. Because
that's stereotyping, Mr. Let Go. You've got to stop that now.
Well, we're men. It's not about stereotyping. It's just about we generalize because that's what the human brain does. And women demonize men for generalizing, but that's what the human brain actually does. We generalize. We see a woman and she has a wig on.
That's an excuse.
Ladies need to go out there and try to be the best they can. And
no,
what
you're saying is an excuse.
Hold on, but so this is what I'm hearing, right? Let me sum this up. There is a lane where guys want the chicks that are the wig wearers, that are the other ones,
because they smashable.
In the same way that we want wives and when we want hoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a lane for both of them. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that because nobody is going to say that it's not a place for hoes. Listen, in the world of commerce, pussy is the oldest commodity that we've seen in history. Since the caveman days, chicks been selling pussy, okay? The other side of the conversation is that we saying that those are the lowest entry, the lowest barrier to entry, right?
Yeah.
So now are we saying that we want both, but we just want to align more closely with the woman that's more regular, and then we want to use the other ones for our pleasure? That's what I'm hearing.
And it just boils down to what women are choosing to be. And sadly, women are so attention whorish to a certain point, different degrees of attention whorism, where they get so starved of attention where they would rather be looked at as the chick that everybody wants to smash instead of the chick that a few people want to marry, because the majority of us just want to smash instead of marry. So it's a lot more boring, and I'm assuming a lot more lonely being a natural girl that doesn't wear all this other stuff. That woman is probably lonely more. But the chick who wears the wigs and the eyelashes, all this crazy mess, she got dudes left and at her left and right trying to,
Man,
good
that
morning
is a lie,
Texas.
bro. That's a lie. No way, bro. We
What
can't
do you
sit
mean?
here and say that the lashes and the wigs is what get guys that want to smash. It's not
It's an
even that.
identifier.
You can have the wigs, you can have the lashes, but if your body ain't up to par, I don't give a damn about no wigs or lashes. If that booty ain't popping, if them legs don't match that ass,
Mr.
I'm
Lego,
good.
you the anomaly in that, because I see chicks in the grocery store that be looking wild. And they be having a whole lot of kids. That means somebody hit that. Somebody hit that, Bruiser.
But
Somebody
anybody can hit these chicks though, bro. They choose to.
No,
Anybody can smash these
bro.
chicks,
The
bro.
one
It's
thing I know
crazy.
about guys, because we get on girls a lot. The one thing I know about guys is that we are such savages that dudes will, they will fuck anything.
And women will fuck anything
good,
too,
bro.
though. That's the thing.
Ali, you gonna fuck anything, bro?
No,
men and women will fuck anything.
Dudes will bust down.
We already talked about
anything.
this. Most men will have anything.
Dog, man, come on, man.
Most women will too, though. Do y'all realize that?
No.
Let go.
It's different when you have handsome privilege, though. It's different when you have handsome privilege.
I've seen
everything.
dudes. No. Let's be real. I've seen dudes in the hood fuck a crackhead, bro. I mean, if we gonna be 100,
what did he look like though? Did he have charm?
No, he was.
What did his body look like? Did he have a physique?
That ain't had nothing to do with it. It was a matter of convenience.
Hold on, pause. You can't be asking about a man's body.
It was a matter of convenience and opportunity, bro. Seriously,
bro. Your appearance matters, bro.
And I've seen dudes give a chick.
You'll never see a guy looking like me smashing a crackhead. When I got the option,
I have. Bruiser.
Now we're not talking about Dave Chappelle.
No. Bruiser.
Bro, you tripping?
I done seen dudes run a train on a chick. Who plays sloppy seconds, thirds, and fourths and fifths?
You've been in some interesting places.
Hold on. You went from a crackhead to probably.
What I'm saying, my point is that dudes have done some egregious shit just based off of convenience and opportunity. That ain't have nothing to do with whether or not the chick was bad or not.
Exactly.
She was there.
Because I'll take a wig wearer for an opportunity if I'm bored, if I ain't got nothing to do, and I'm just
man. I think that's that. Where you from? Detroit and Philly? I think that's that Detroit Philly stuff, man. But
no, it's not. If you watch any show, you can watch To Catch a Predator. You can watch.
Whoa! Wait,
no.
what?
What I'm saying is that dudes have put their whole families, jobs, careers on the line. They have done some of the most egregious shit just to go and fulfill whatever need they felt like they needed to fulfill. That is a real thing. And for us to sit here and deny that that's not real is crazy.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think I'm just different, bro. It's a certain.
I don't know why you keep saying you. It ain't you specifically. It's just how men move.
He's saying Bruiser, most men is savage.
Okay. They savages.
I get it.
But why do men and women always make themselves like, oh, I can't imagine doing that? Like, dudes is dudes and women are women. Women are fuck anything and dudes are fuck anything.
You know how savage these dudes are. Stop
exactly, Bruiser.
Stop it.
How about the
Bruiser be lying?
You know how savage these dudes are.
The men and the women in the military are savage.
I mean, they
savaging each other.
They'll smash it, but you gotta look the part though. You can't just.
Oh my God! Whatever.
That's for you, Bruiser.
Bruiser just be making up
men
stuff.
Who don't care what she looks like.
Bro, I
have a plastic bag over her head.
I was just about to say that. What happened to that?
Well, hold on. Who on the panel has dealt with a woman that all the men would qualify as unattractive before? Honestly.
I've dealt with some ugly fine chicks. I ain't dealt with no fat chicks, but she be ugly as hell, and she fine. I'll take her.
Hold on, did you just say ugly as hell and fine?
That's how you ain't never in your whole years. Honest to God.
I got married early, Ali. I got married early.
You gonna tell the truth, Bruiser?
I'm telling the truth, bro. What's the question?
Have you ever dealt with an unattractive woman? And if she had a nice body, especially if she had a nice
Watch
body.
he lie. Watch he lie.
Don't lie.
Hold on, wait. So you can't correlate or you can't accompany unattractive with a nice body. It just
Oh
it don't
my
it make any sense.
God. She
It
can
literally
be,
don't make any
bro.
sense.
She could be ugly with a pretty face.
Go like this, Ali.
No,
Go
he
like this,
hold
Ali.
on. He said
No. Hold on, Bruiser. Here's the thing. All right, let's do it like this.
Bruiser.
Because
Move
all
the
of that is
goalpost.
subjective. All of that is subjective. Now, some things that's not subjective. Have you ever fucked a fat chick?
no.
Have you ever got head from a fat chick?
No.
You laughing. You laughing.
No.
I
see
fucked
it.
some
No.
ugly chicks, but not fat
Okay,
chicks.
listen. I can answer the ugly. Ugly in the face, but her body was like Megan Thee
We
Stallion.
just said that, Bruiser.
So just admit it. So you have.
What are you talking about?
He
He said an unattractive woman. I said a woman can't
Oh
be
my
unattractive if she
God.
got a nice body. It's
JR,
no way.
I see over there. How, JR, you ever dealt with an unattractive woman, JR, ever in your life?
I never done with an unattractive woman, bro.
I would say probably about a 4.
Hold on. I
Y'all-
even
y'all- listen,
posted.
y'all- hold on. Y'all way of
Hold
defining.
on, Bruiser, don't take it. Bruce, men love unconditionally.
No, y'all way of defining unattraction or attraction is different than me. If
But
you
that's
have
why I
anything,
said-
if you
that's
have
why I said
anything,
All of
if
that
you
is
have anything, any part of you that has some type of attraction, you're not deemed unattractive just because you're ugly in the face doesn't make you unattractive.
okay. But what if you super
Personalizing it.
cute?
Anti-
What if you super
general.
cute in the face?
General.
What if you super cute in the face, but she fat?
Would you hit
What
that?
about her? She fine, but she ain't got no teeth.
Yeah, she's smashable.
That's what I'm
she's-
saying, Bruiser.
You
Just
made our point.
But the rest
Okay.
of her body
Look,
compensates.
she ain't got
for
no
that.
teeth. No teeth.
Most
Fine as
men
hell,
will
though.
still smack- most men
Yeah,
will still
yeah,
smack-
she's gonna get it, bro.
I'll take her ass down. No teeth.
Hold on. Y'all fucking a chick with no teeth?
Let go.
Bro, do you
I
know it?
didn't,
Bro,
but
have
I'm saying she's fine enough where I would take her down.
Imagine-
It was a joke.
Hold on, answer.
It's a joke.
Imagine
It's a
what Gawk is like.
joke.
Imagine what Gawk is like without teeth.
Hold on, bro.
Exactly,
So
Mr. Lego, you mess with a 60-year-old. She took her dentures out, right?
bro. She
Oh,
ain't
wait,
fine.
wait.
60-year-old ain't gonna be fine.
How y'all gonna sit there and act like y'all don't understand what I'm saying when I said that I seen a dude fuck a crackhead who
Plain.
looked just like that with no teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Playing.
Look just like that with no teeth.
A crackhead. ain't
Bruiser
looking
said
like
that.
bro. I'm sorry.
Bruiser the one up here lying, not me.
That looked like a crackhead, Bruiser.
She don't look like a crack just because she probably got her teeth knocked out.
From the front, Bruiser. You still looking at the back. That's the problem.
Those are the ones you hit from the back.
You
Dog,
fine as
listen,
hell.
I've seen some crackheads that look crazy straight, but she a crackhead and she ain't got no teeth.
Well, them Detroit crackheads must be good looking, bro. The ones down in Alabama, shit, you can tell they a crackhead from a mile.
Jesus Christ.
Don't got no ass,
I
nothing
think it does
sagging.
reveal man ain't
Like a bag of sugar back there.
We
Man
gotta
are
stop moving on,
looks
y'all.
as
Hold
much
on,
as
you would
women
bust
are.
down a chick with no teeth?
Yeah.
Oh man, at least I know you honest.
And I'm not
listen,
saying
I
I
don't hit a chick
would.
with one eye.
I wouldn't say I would, but
What?
I made that particular woman as an example of how women, you know, if you get your body right and you get in
She's a
the
good
gym
woman.
and stop being lazy, you know, you'll find a man even if your face is toe up.
Right.
Because this woman
does she
right
only-
here has no teeth.
Why
Anton,
does
you
she
got
only have one
you
eye?
can't see it that way. Where men are more open to dealing with a variety of women, even if they're looking like that. Like
Mhm.
most men would deal with a woman like that.
hmm
Bro,
Why
the
can't it
girl
be a
with no
good-
teeth,
why
all I
can't it
gotta
be
do
a
is get
good
her
thing?
some veneers and we good. She
Get her for
fucking
some
done.
veneers. You
Why can't
good.
it be a good thing?
Yeah, but the problem is why don't
Fat
she
chick,
got
you gotta
teeth?
get her
No,
liposuction,
no.
personal trainer, all kind of shit.
The problem is
Anton, we
why
just
she got
smashing a girl. We don't care about her life decisions.
No, bro. It's a lifestyle thing.
That
Why
sound
don't,
like kissing a bitch. That's
why
what it
don't
is.
she? Why don't she got teeth in the first place? Though is the
Who
problem.
cares? That's the
No,
point.
now, and this is exactly what I was saying, y'all.
That's
So
that
Wait till you
Atlanta.
get
That's that
60,
Atlanta stuff. That's
No,
and you able to get
no.
that.
Bruiser,
When you
don't
able
try
to get
move
that
the
gawk
goalpost.
without teeth, you gonna
Don't move the
remember this
goalpost,
conversation.
Bruiser. When you 60, you should have teeth. There's no reason for you to not have teeth at 60. It's no
What
reason
age
for
is
you
it?
to not
Is
have
it
teeth
80?
at 60.
Is it 80?
Yo.
No. It's no reason for you to not have teeth at 60.
Bro.
I just got
think
one
it's-
thing to say. I hope when y'all are having sex with these crackheads, y'all are double strapping up. because that's a dangerous game.
We're not.
Man.
Nobody's having sex with crackheads. It's a joke we're telling. Just so
She think we
you
really-
know. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
we
But
really smashing
y'all just
crackheads?
substantiated
this
my
girl
argument.
ain't no crackhead. She just
Y'all
fine as hell.
substantiated my argument when I said that dudes will fuck anything.
Yeah.
Literally.
You made a stitch behind that too. You know you was looking at that ass. You like,
Oh yeah, I was
you
looking at
said in
that.
video.
Nah, yeah, we
Y'all
gotta
will
get
bust
some
anything.
If she DM me, I'm not answering it though.
Do you think men will wife anything too?
No, that's different.
I don't know.
No, that's different. We ain't finna be stuck with no chick with no
No,
teeth.
Ali, don't do that to us, man. We not wifing everything, bro. We
Mm-mm.
already got it bad. Now don't put that narrative
You'll
out there.
wife a crackhead too.
You guys just tuned in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you
We
hit the like
savage.
button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel so we can get to these super chats. Shout out to the new member, Melanated Lux.
Oh my God, she been a supporter on my channel for 6 months and still ain't became a member. She been over here for a month. Became that's some bullshit.
Can't get
You
it.
talk to her.
Submit.
Come on, bros. It's all love. The Chuck 29 $5 says, "Dang, I guess AA meetings really work. Congrats, Eve." Kelly Connection says, "Eve is real. I like Eve," with the 199. Call me Ace. Became a member. Salute to you, sir. Kelly Connections again says, "Men like baddies. Stop the cap. Men want arm candy. And guess what? There are fake beards and man wigs now too." Hunt Inc. in the 199 says, "Social media filters are the devil." Ronnie J $5 says, "Eve catfishing right now. She look really drunk." No, she not drunk, y'all. JB 499 also member says, "Forget the filters, makeup, and wigs. Nowadays we got full-blown men with balls pretending to be women. Good luck, fellas." And Sanya $2 said, "This is how you know who's fast. They want to leave." KK Days $5 says, "Facts, Anton. I stayed with my mom during college. My mom was against me going to Tuskegee from Philly. I was mad at first, but now I get it." Nicholas Virgil became a member. Salute to you, sir. Welcome to Green Game. Mrs. Parker says, "Hi, chat. Viewers, we need 500 likes. Thank you." Pastor Eki 499 says, "Any man who doesn't agree with Anton just said about raising your daughter is a weak man who is afraid of what women will say and think." Honey 999 says, "Anton spoke facts. The biggest mistake was allowing my oldest daughter to go away for college. Her younger sisters will be home for college until marriage." Little Bob $5 says, "Good evening to all. I'd like to know what Anton would think if his daughter were to attend an Ivy League school and or get an academic scholarship." Christopher J 199 says, "Poor Mr. Let Go." The ex-son husband $5 says, "I miss Kayla.com in Chicago. And Anton got to make a public apology to Rilla first."
Wait on it. Just wait
Jesse
on it.
$5 says, "Mr. Let Go said that because he got his teeth done. Put on the wig, son." Mr. Let Go, you got your teeth done? No, Will
Huh?
G also member says, "Bartender, get a lady with the white collar, whatever she likes to drink on me." Marcellus Wallace $12 says, "I agree with Let Go. I've dated attractive women who don't wear makeup and it was dope. Shout out to all the natural ladies." Keith Nero $2 also member says, "Hey, how Lady Di laugh is go." I did that one already. Double R Quake $5 said, "Mr. Let Go will say a whole paragraph using only 5 words." The ex-son's husband $5 says, "Anton Cat, women wasn't selling cat in caveman times because caveman took that ish." Will G $20 says, "The salute to the greatest show on Thursday nights." Caesar's Palace $5 says, "Anton, you cannot compare all men like we are the same. Just because a man will smash a girl does not mean he's on the same level as, let's say, you." Ex-son's husband $5 says, "Still waiting on bruises clear from Lapeef and Sunday where he cooked the old girl respectfully." Anton, that clip on Sunday. Kelly
Got it.
Connections 99 says, "Explain how braids are different from wigs. It's all fake hair. When I went natural, the attention level was extremely different." I don't know what that say right there. $2. Lady Di, laugh has me. I didn't hear your laugh, Lady Di. You want to go ahead and do that laugh again? Big and 11 $10 says, "Anton said he saw dudes run a train on a female. The fact that you stood there and watched is alarming."
Yo.
I'll tell you one shout out. Why none of y'all asking the good questions? Anton, how did you see a train ran? Not participate yet. You've been married early.
It's where you at?
I'm right
Answer
here.
these questions.
I mean, that ain't hard to figure out. You know if a chick is going and dudes be
Ooh,
like,
they might got you, Anton.
They got you, bro.
ain't listen, it ain't a dude in the world that could ever say that I ever watched or participated with anybody, and I'm big out here. And that's a fact.
King Barracuda 2000 says Bruce's point is so simple, shaking my head.
And I ain't explaining nothing to these ass niggas. Fuck them.
$5 says the jerk took down a couple of hogs back in the day. LOL.
No, sir.
Sanya one $2 says LOL. Her nickname is Luffy from One Piece. Gum gum. Caesar Palace $2 says I leave. Men with status will not wife anything. Cam 999 says, hey everyone, great panel. Anton, I agree. College is definitely a trap for young women. Co-ed visitation is how a lot of girls got pregnant my freshman year. Great father for protecting your daughter. Reed Savage 499 says Anton is flabbergasted. Julius Germain 499 also says when you talk about MBJ fellas, make sure y'all hold let go extra accountable. Morgan
Michael B. Jordan
499. There you go. There's a natural afro curly wig. Y'all can't tell the difference. They're putting y'all on game. Reed Savage 499 says it's a no-go until Toothless hits you with that gulp 12,000 with no teeth.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see about.
I'm talking about the previous spaghetti she ate earlier, all that coming off on that.
That's so nasty.
But I mean, the big girls, ain't nothing wrong with the big girls, man. But
that's wild, bro.
Yeah,
That's
the big girl, she got to be able to compensate. Like she got to be able to take every hole. Like I'm talking about pain, all that.
Damn. Okay. If you guys haven't already, make sure to hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm hearing that the likes are down. Likes are free, family. Just go hit the like button. That's all we ask. Want to give a special thanks to the people that has donated to the channel. That is much appreciated. Time to move on to our next topic, which is how brainwashing works. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
With a group of women, and they put scars on their faces, and they told these women that they're going into a job interview. They showed them the scars in the mirror. The women saw themselves with these scars, and as they led them out of the room, they said, we're just going to touch it up a little bit. And as they touched it up, they removed the scarring completely. So the women went into the job interview thinking that they are scarred, but actually being their normal selves. And the result of the experiment is that those women then came back reporting massively increased level of discrimination. Indeed, many of them came back with comments that the interviewer had made that they felt were referencing their facial disfigurement. This is why I think this ideology of victimhood is so dangerous.
All right, how brainwashing works. I want to go to Dr. Mr. Let Go. I know he has an extensive background in psychology, and I know you have worked with numerous amounts of people and had a lot of patience, and I've heard some of the testimonies. So I want to go to you first, sir. What are your thoughts about how brainwashing works?
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what the hell the dude was saying. Like, what?
So much for the doctor's degree.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not that. I guess I missed the class. What the hell was he talking about? People did what with scars and
Did anybody miss? I need to play it again.
You need to play that joint again, man.
I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Misunderstanding is like what relevancy they had with brainwashing. Like,
right. He was saying something about some scars, and then someone had an interview.
Okay.
Scarring interviews? Okay. What?
Okay. Let me play it down. Let me see if I can get a slower rate of speed.
No, you can keep saying right. Just play it one more time, bro.
Just play it one more time.
Okay. Here we go.
Did an experiment with a group of women, and they put scars on their faces, and they told these women that they're going into a job interview. They showed them the scars in the mirror. The women saw themselves with these scars, and as they led them out of the room, they said, we're just going to touch it up a little bit. And as they touched it up, they removed the scarring completely. So the women went into the job interview thinking that they are scarred, but actually being their normal selves. And the result of the experiment is that those women then came back reporting massively increased level of discrimination. Indeed, many of them came back with comments that the interviewer had made that they felt were referencing their facial disfigurement. This is why I think this ideology of victimhood is so dangerous.
One more time.
Did an experiment with a group of women, and they put scars on their faces, and they told these women that they're going into a job interview. They showed them the scars in the mirror. The women saw themselves with these scars, and as they led them out of the room, they said, we're just going to touch it up a little bit. And as they touched it up, they removed the scarring completely. So the women went into the job interview thinking that they are scarred, but actually being their normal selves. And the result of the experiment is that those women then came back reporting massively increased level of discrimination. Indeed, many of them came back with comments that the interviewer had made that they felt were referencing their facial disfigurement. This is why I think this ideology of victimhood is so dangerous.
All right, so the people in the chat are understanding it. Mr. Lego, you ready?
Okay, yeah, okay, I get it.
So it's like a placebo or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell this dude is. Get some, I don't know, but he was terrible at explaining that. But I'm assuming he meant women went in there assuming that the person was judging them by the scars, but they didn't have any scars. And because of that, they felt discriminated against. And that's all I got. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry.
If I can get in there on that.
Yeah, that's I don't know what the hell you talking about. I'm trying.
God damn, man, Sluggo, just shut up, man.
That shit was crazy. Who the hell is that dude?
It was deception, but I'm trying to understand. If you have a knowledge, like if you're aware going into a situation, you have knowledge of that. I'm trying to see where that becomes a brainwash. You know,
because what we do in society is, for example, we tell people that we are systematically discriminated against, and then you go into it, for example, automatically assuming that the world is against you, or that you don't get opportunities, or that you can't be successful, or that we're victims of slavery and things like that, when in reality, most of the time it's a self-inflicted perception that you have of yourself that's preventing you from being successful in whatever environment that you're thriving in. So for example, a lot of people automatically assume that I'm not good at math, right? Or they say white people are only ones that become anesthesiologists or neurosurgeons, or they don't go into STEM fields and things like that. Or I'll give you another one. A lot of people think that they can only be basketball players or rappers because that's the way we were socially conditioned, in order to believe that Black people are only creative, or we can only, do some of the fastest things, or we the fastest people or whatever like that. And we don't actually reprogram ourselves because we've been brainwashed by other people, by our parents, by society, to believe, for example, that we can only vote Democrat because everybody is racist against us, or somebody is automatically assuming that somebody is against them if they have a different color on their skin, because I can only rock with this person, or immigrants are here to take our whatever, our jobs, or they want to take our guns or whatever. So we're being socially programmed, right? And we're being brainwashed on a regular basis to believe something that's not true. And it's been exhibited in that experiment by them showing them this. And then they automatically assume that the person that was interviewing them was making reference to a scar that they didn't even have, because they were brainwashed to believe it. And so
that's what it means. What is that measured by? Because that's what we're missing here. What was it measured by? What was the response of the people, of the interviewers? That's what we're missing. So we can only go go this way.
It just seemed like something was missing, because the interviewer part was confusing. Okay, I thought it was just me. It got to be something missing in that video.
They gave the women scars and then covered them up. But
no, they gave them the scars and then they showed them the scars. And then they told them that we're going to just touch it up, when in reality, they removed the scars completely, but they were still brainwashed. They brainwashed themselves into believing that they were less than, or they still had the scars on their face, even to the point to where they assumed that whoever was interviewing them was referencing the scars when they were talking to them, when in reality, it was only in their mind.
So they did not get the job and got mad because they didn't get the job or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What are we measuring that by? What was the response? Did they not
once you psychologically condition in this way, what you'll tend to do is use that discrimination.
Guys said that the women came out and said that they were being discriminated against, even to the point where they then started referencing some of the things that they said that they were saying about them, when in reality they weren't being discriminated against. They had already programmed themselves into believe that they were less than, as a result of the scars that were shown to them that wasn't even visible.
Well,
But
I
how
think
do you
I
know
think
you're
this
getting
happens in real life.
discriminated against?
mean,
Did you
it
not get the job, or did what the hell is it?
That's not the point. The point
No,
is this happens in real life. Nobody wants someone to see them naked per se. And I don't mean in the physical sense. I just mean if someone, just like on these panels, a lot of people take things personally because of their scars. So a lot of people can't
Bruiser?
bear being naked and being okay with whatever scars that they have, whatever imperfections that they have. We just talked about makeup and covering up and catfishing. No one can bear, you know, their natural scars, so they cover it up. And when I think Jay-Z said it, he was like, when I'm in the hood, you think that I see you.
Mm-hmm.
You think that I see you because you haven't healed your scar, you haven't healed your hurt. I'm just out here being out here. So I think that happens in the real world. Nobody wants to be seen naked.
No, I think it happens just
They
because
cover
we
up
are
their scars.
literally brainwashed and we've automatically adopted the mindset of the people that we surround ourselves with the most, which is one of the reasons why you need to get around other people that you aspire to be like, or the direction that you're going in, because what it then does is unlock your mind. Every last one of us have the capability to do anything that we want, but we've subjected ourselves to this narrative, and a lot of times we automatically assume or believe that something is real when it really isn't. It's only real to us. We are our own biggest enemies. Most of our wounds are self-inflicted, and it's nobody against you except for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we somehow, some way brainwash ourselves to think the complete opposite, what would the results be?
Again,
Right?
and I like your point right there. I was going to say, because when you brainwash ourselves first, and that means that we'll allow outlier circumstances to influence our thoughts and beliefs of ourselves. So great point with that, Anton. It does start.
Okay, yeah, I want to go to Lady Di. I know she's eagerly to hop on this. Lady Di, what are your thoughts about it? How brainwashing works? I know you saw the clip. I mean, I know we was a little bit, but I know you got this. Come on.
So this is how I look at it. When you ever seen, there's a study out there where people believe that they have HIV, right? Can I say that? They have an illness, okay? And they believe that they have this illness in their brain, and they start to develop symptoms of these things. So in your mind is very powerful. If you allow it to control your entire life, meaning you're believing you're something and you're not, then it will ruin you. So developing symptoms is just because your mind created an illusion that never was there. So that's what I believe the video is talking about.
Munchausen.
What is it called?
Munchausen.
Yes. So if anybody really, any of us could be like that. We could believe one thing and you have no facts, nothing to reference it from. You're just creating it. So that's what the video is talking about. They clearly removed the marks off of these ladies' faces, and they went in there with this mind of, oh, well, I have this on my face, instead of just like, let me just go in there and nail this interview. Because if you already going in there negatively, then how you respond to these questions that you're about to be asked is not going to be right. So you probably wasn't going to get the job, or those ladies probably weren't going to get the job anyway, because they weren't going in there like their authentic self. They were going in there with this ideology and this way of thinking, and it, destroyed everything that was moving forward for them. So in the video, it's not that they said they didn't get the job. It's just that they complained about the issue. So they're basically saying, I don't want the job because this is what happened, when none of that happened. It's just what they created.
So let me ask you this, Lady Di. Let me ask you this. So in other words, if we try to rephrase this to society as far as the Department of Education shows you the hatred, the cruelty, and slavery from the past, covers it up with policies, amendments, and change of laws to get rid of the disadvantages, then send you out to compete with other races for an equal opportunity to flourish. And when you are denied and rejected, you claim that you are discriminated against. Is that similar to what's happening?
That's a lot deeper. If so, there's some people who haven't experienced all of that stuff you said, but they're listening to it. So then they're going to create, well, this is going to happen. And then their life, will reflect that. So yes and no.
So
Well, in one case, I can say that if you try to sell your house, it'd be mindful of you to put some white pictures up on the wall. Just a tip out there. If people don't believe that.
But the other side of that, though, is that how come we also are not taking into consideration that maybe we are also, and society itself and Western culture is also brainwashing white people, because we continue to make this an issue and we don't live in a space to where we're more confident about how it is that we're presenting ourselves. And so if you continue to present yourself to a victim to somebody, that's how they're going to see you. They're going to see you as less than. They don't see you as superior unless they're on the basketball court with you, because you've presented yourself to be less than in every single aspect of your life. You've shown them that you're weaker, that you're lesser than, you're a victim. The environment in which you exist in is substandard. The stereotypes is true. Brainwashing works all the way across the board, not just to the victim, but also to the victim.
You said brainwashed white people?
You can brainwash somebody, just like I said, you can do it on the opposite. You can brainwash somebody to feel as though they're better than you, just as much as.
Are you saying we have to trick? Are you saying we have to trick white people into believing they're superior?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Or it could be
anybody. Man, you can trick anybody into believing anything that you want them to believe. The mind is a powerful thing, bro.
I would advocate that they're being tricked into that before they leave the household and get to me.
No, you're conditioning them to believe it because you operate like a victim.
We're not giving no responsibility on their parents.
If I'm a white person and every day somebody comes out
because it's funny that we blame black people's parents and their parenting upbringing in the household.
Listen.
But whenever it comes to,
there's nobody alive today that has experienced slavery on either end. There's never been a slaver that's alive today, and there's never been a person that has been under slavery today. Not one on one.
You're saying in order to have the effects of racism or any discrimination, you have to be in chains.
No,
there's people that's alive that's experienced the civil rights in that time.
No. I said slavery.
But there's still discrimination that's still
happening. About being on a plantation, getting whipped.
So you don't think there was no discrimination that happened from the time?
My words. You changing my words.
No, I'm asking because there are people who experienced discrimination.
Not what I said. There is nobody alive today that has experienced slavery. Okay. Nobody, not a white person that has been a slaver, and not a black person that has been under slavery. How is it that, and think about this for a minute, how is it that black people 50, 60, 70 years ago were much more productive, much better, were more married, had more wealth concentrated within their communities, were at a higher marriage rate, had better children as far as the household and everything like that? We're freer than we ever been. Freer than we've ever been.
Until you break the law.
Yet, we still live in a space where we're more than ever blaming a whole nother race for our circumstances and our situation.
What about the 13th Amendment that actually allows slavery?
You didn't answer the question. Why is it that we're freer than we've ever been, but we complain about our circumstances more than ever?
Because
go ahead, Lady Di.
Well, hold on, but Anton, you made a statement that had some fragility. You said that nobody has experienced any slavery.
Bro, you late.
Why is it that
we on to something else?
We have more options than we've ever had before?
Yes.
You can move where you want to move. You can go where you want to go. It's dudes that select that I'm a passport bro now and all of this other type of stuff. You can make more money. You can have as many jobs as you want. You can do what you want to do. We're freer than we ever been, and we further down than we've ever been. We more divided. We even divided against ourselves. We don't like light-skinned people. right? You don't like immigrants, the whole 9 yards. We freer than we ever been, but we're more divided than we've ever been, and we lower on the totem pole. How is that?
Well,
This
I got to
how-
answer that
I
for
can
that,
tell you
but
that.
go ahead,
It's called
Lady Di, go
integration.
ahead.
Real quick, this is how I look at that to answer the question. If you ever played the game of checkers board game, right? You have to really strategically maneuver and win, right? So if you're team red, let's say blacks, whites is team black, right? You play the game, you maneuver, you got to strategize. But what black people like to do, they don't like to be confident. So what you're going to do is you're going to make these dumbass moves and they're going to king you and you're going to be out. So if someone is on the other side, is what I'm saying, the other person on the other side is going to take what you could have had if you just put your mind to it and be confident. So to me, that goes with a lot of things that, let's say, Anton was talking about in life. If back in the day we were able to accomplish these things, it seems like those people back then were more confident. They knew exactly what they were doing and they went for it. And today that's not happening because
Or they had a community.
They what?
They had a community. Like when we compare this time to the time where people want to bring up Black Wall Street, they actually had a community. So the difference would be the fact that there is no community, which stems from how do you create community in your households first, right?
It was integration.
So a lot of the things that we see today, I can understand where it's saying that we're brainwashing someone else, but I think most of the time we are operating from what the video said in a victim mentality. We're thinking those scars are still relevant today, and they're not. They're not really there. So like you said, you're going into situations thinking I'm being discriminated against. I'm not saying that there aren't situations where you had people talk about their hair or, you know what I'm saying, certain things that they felt like they were discriminated against. But in general, I can see how that can seem like a problem, because a lot of the times when we have in these conversations, most of us haven't experienced what our parents have, but we speak from that same trauma or that same issue as if we experienced it ourselves.
So I did a video about modern versus traditional, right? My guy Trip went on this, went deep down this rabbit hole about modern people, right? And I replied to that video by saying that the reason why we are in this situation we're in now is because us traditional people, which is me, see what has happened to Black people. So modern men and modern women are the actual reason why everybody is screwed up. So to answer your question, Anton, the reason why things are harder for us now is because I would say the epitome of a modern man or modern woman is individualism. And like Lucky said, there's no community. Modern men, modern women don't care nothing about community, is individualism. So as a traditional person, that's I always push family and community because I'm a traditional person. So social media has separated all of us. Kids don't go outside. I do, but a lot of people don't interact with each other physically. They just be on these little boxes and stuff like on YouTube and shit. And they never go outside. Like I'm outside now in another state hanging out with other, social media people. So I embrace that. But I think part of that is because I'm a traditional person. A lot of people aren't. They have social anxiety. They don't even want to do this.
That has nothing to do with the Black community because social media
Yes, it does.
It exists for everybody.
But people, I get what you're saying, but
white people got social media, Asian people got social media.
It's about trends. Hold on, Anton.
Why is it only
we're more trendy? We're more trendy. We're more trendy. We follow trends. Black people follow trends. And the trend is, I don't need no man, I don't need no woman, passport bros, all this stupid shit. It's individualism. So the new trend, in my opinion, for Black people, the reason why Black people are so messed up is because the biggest trend is individualism, however you want to look at it.
So
can I step in real fast? Well, you go ahead, Ray. I'm going after you.
Okay. So I have to agree and disagree with Anton. So my disagree is slavery does still exist. Sometimes we get so caught up in our Western perspective, we forget that there are other cultures that are still enslaved in other parts of the world. So slavery is still a thing, not in the Western world, but it is. But where I agree with you is that everything begins.
Actually, it is in the Western world.
Prison.
So everything begins in the mind. There was a study done where they took two children, two boys, and they had them play a sport, basketball. And for one boy, they told him, "Oh, you're great. You're the best. Every time you did something, you're really good at this. Oh, wow, you're going to be a pro." And for the other boy, they told him, "Oh, no, you're bad. You're not doing good. You're failing." And these people were two boys that were on the same skill level. But because of what they were told and what they internalized, they had two different outcomes. I also wanted to say Munchausen syndrome is when someone intentionally fabricates or mix up or induces symptoms. So that's a little different. I believe what Lady Di was talking about was psychosomatic illness. That's when in your mind influences your body. That's psycho and somatic. Soma meaning the body, psycho meaning the mind. And I think that it is very real that we can become victims in our mind and then become victims in our reality. And I think that is something that has affected the Black community as a whole.
And I wanted to jump off what she just said. So I think what Anton was addressing, I think we moved the goalposts away from what he was addressing that he spoke about at other panels. Our mind is so powerful to the point that we can be gods walking on earth, or we can be the lesser vessel in any situation, in any nation, in any situation. There's three ways you can look in the context of how we're being brainwashed, right? If you don't pass the test, you're gonna fail. If you don't follow the law, you're going to jail. There's three ways you can look in the context of how we're being brainwashed, right? If you don't pass the test, you're gonna fail. Sabotage. If you don't follow the law, you're going to jail. No, let go.
I got you. Go ahead.
Pass the test, you're going to fail. If you don't pass, if you don't follow the law, you're going to jail. If you don't follow their guide, you're going to hell. In the context of all those things, the people in power are feeding us hope and disparity at the same time. So they feed you disparity to not attain the things that they're attaining in one hand. And that's where the trauma, they feed us the trauma, they feed us mental health issues, they make us play victim, and then they feed you hope. But the hope is being in the context of the person who's in power. So all you're doing as an individual is you either building or destroying, or you conquering and being conquered. So at the end of the day, whatever we put in our mind, you see in the cartoons where you had an angel on one side and you had a devil on one side. I know everybody on this panel has battled with that. You have that devil telling you like you'll never be nothing, you're trash, you're garbage, you'll never get anywhere, and then you got that angel on the side saying, "Man, you are," like I'm gonna say it too in the context of my ego, how egotistical I had to be, and essentially a positive narcissist. You have to believe that you can do anything. When Kanye, even though we bring Kanye into this, even though sometimes he may say some outlandish things, he says a lot of things that make sense. When we go as far as saying slavery was a choice, which I know that's a whole nother conversation. If we ultimately accept that we under the control of the people who are in power, and then we look up and go, okay, this is who's in power, and we go, nah, that's too hard, I'm gonna play victim. I think that video sheds light on that in pursuit of what we are trying to attain. Are we trying to be the people in power, or are we trying to be opportunists that have liberties from the people that's in power? Until we come together as a community and we don't play victim and we feed into our mind and say we're going to be the conquerors and we're going to be the people in power, we're going to fall victim to the people that's over on top of us globally. Because this is an issue that's happened not only to Black people, all nationalities of people going through this. But essentially, this is what programming is. Either we're going to play God or we're going to play victim.
What do you think the Black community is good at playing?
Victim.
Basketball.
Singing.
Music videos, all that.
What's what we've been doing since
Rapping.
Yeah. We're entertainers.
Yeah.
So do you see an abundance of men, like Anton mentioned before, they were more like in 60 years ago, you said 60 years ago, they were way more successful. So what would you say the qualities that those men possess to be able to lead their communities that these men today don't possess?
What Anton was saying, still an essence of who we are as Black people, having our own identity as men and women, and we separated from all the other nationalities or races. We still saw ourselves the way other nationalities saw each other, and we were still striving to be our own nation. That's how Black Wall Street was formulated. In my city, in Wilmington, we had 1898. The United States overthrew the Wilmington, where it was a Black prosperous city. But anytime Black people try to do something that was prosperous or elevating, it would get destroyed. But essentially, these times again, we have to all come collectively again as men and women or play victim. But that's what it is. We had an identity. We believed in ourselves.
But guess what? I'll do you one better. They brainwashed you into calling yourself black.
Yep.
The very way in which you reference yourself was given to you. The way in which we substantiate who's black was based off of a construct that was given to you. They told you that it's a certain percentage of a person that then identified or a certain percentage of your blood that made you black. And those are still the rules by which you subject yourself to. We literally one big melting pot. And how do we substantiate whether or not somebody is black? And more importantly, why did we start calling ourselves black in the first place? It's something that was inherently programmed into you. And that is the way in which you still subject yourself. Because I'll do you one better. One thing that I learned in corporate America, right? And then I'm gonna bring it back to the community. One thing I learned in corporate America is that is the best way to market to somebody is help them is organically, right? So one thing that the bank did, and one of the reasons why we don't build anything in the United States of America anymore is because we become a nation that makes money off of other people's pain. That's the thing that we mastered in the United States of America. That's what interest is. That's the gamification of making you think that credit is relevant when it's really not. It's an opportunity for you to put yourself more in debt and then to prove to your slave master, which is the servicer of the loan, that you can pay them on time. Even all the way to the point to where they programmed you to think that a 30-year mortgage is good for you, when in reality, you're paying triple the price of the property by the time that you pay it off. They programmed you to do the work for you, and everybody running around here saying that this is what you should do, and then you're going to own your own home as a result of it, when in reality, you don't own anything. You don't even own the property and the land that it's on after you pay off the mortgage, because if you don't pay your property taxes, they can take your shit. They've programmed you. This is why you buy the way that you buy. This is why you hold on to debt. This is why women say, I want to see his credit score, as a way to substantiate whether or not he is a good husband or not. This is the way in which you look at your son. The whole 9 yards. It is literally a matrix all around you. And we refuse to divest ourselves from seeing it that way. And anytime somebody like me pushes back, they say, but Anton, you don't get it. I do get it. And it's the reason why I'm so passionate about trying to help people to unsee what they saw, because it's just a facade over you to program you to do the thing that's not even in your best interest. The way that we raise our kids, the way that we vet our spouses, the way that we spend our money and our finances, even all the way to the fact that we feel like we have to go to a 4-year university in order to substantiate ourselves just by having a title at the end of the day and a bachelor's degree that ain't even worth the paper that is printed on. The way that we see money, everything is programming. Everything is literally a construct of your mind that was put into you by somebody that you don't even know where it came from. That's crazy. It's insane. And the minute that people start to realize that you are only limited by the mindset that you have that was given to you by somebody else, you'll realize how limitless you are. You'll realize that you're a king. You'll realize that you're a queen. You'll realize that I don't have to prove myself to anybody, because the minute that I start getting more understanding, it's the reason why the words say in everything you do, get understanding. Because if you don't know the why behind why you're doing it, and you're doing it because somebody told you that it was necessary in order to do so, you find yourself on the wrong end of the stick and on the wrong end of the spectrum of what it is that you're supposed to be doing, and you lose sight of what a purpose is. The reality is that the minute that you start getting the understanding, and that's why the word is so powerful, the minute that you start getting the understanding, that's when you start to unlock your true potential, and there's nothing that nobody can do to stop you. And I know that it's nothing that nobody else can do to stop you, because overwhelming majority is still going to live in that matrix. But the minute you unlock yourself, you change the narrative, you change your family, you change your lineage, you get rid of all of the generational curses that come along with the way that we programmed ourselves in order to see success from a Black person's perspective. And it changes everything. It's not that I'm an anomaly. It's that I see things differently than everybody else. And I program myself to realize that I'm a victor. And it's nothing that anybody can do to stop me, because they automatically gonna put themselves in a victim in the oppression Olympics that's gonna limit their possibilities, and I'm just gonna take over everything.
Anton, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, the part that I just have a question about is the fact that you mentioned credit. So do you think that with growing up, I've always heard, and I've said it before, once you go white, your credit get right. Like there's always been a thing where we knew white people were the one with better credit. They were able to have access to things. They knew about business credit and things like that. It wasn't until I heard a lot of black men who try to build businesses, they understood how important business credit was. And how that and leveraging it can actually take you out of a lot of financial poverty, I'm gonna say. So what would you say would be your advice, or just a little bit of a tip? You have to give everything. But if men are trying to get ahead in society and in households, how could they go around not caring about credit, especially if they're trying to build a business, not caring about business credit when we've heard?
Because creating a business is just creating another job for yourself. It doesn't mean that you understand things from a business perspective. That's it.
I'm saying
facts, all facts.
I'm gonna tell you why. How?
Okay.
That's the why. The how is that we have to stop becoming consumers early in our life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way in which you do it. If you stay down for the first 5-10 years of your adult life, you no longer have to subject yourself to what the requirement is from society in order to be successful. Most of us, instead of becoming the lender, we become the borrower, and we think that we're going to leverage that money when in reality, all we're doing is gambling. We're not necessarily making good financial decisions. But when you put it's literally like a snowball, right?
So be responsible. You're saying it's not the fact that the credit is the problem. It's the fact that selling it to people, they're not going to be responsible to use it.
Credit is a problem because it gives you a false sense of security just because you can pay something on time. You're still one job loss, one situation, one circumstance, one hospital bill away from losing everything. And the problem is that society has become so dependent on credit, again, which is one of the reasons why they said the banks was too big to fail in 2008, because we don't make anything. And the majority of the way in which we generate the revenue in the United States of America is based off of interest. It's not based off of any buying and selling, producing, and then distributing. It's none of that. And that's why the banks were too big to fail, because we needed that in order to continue to substantiate how it is that we generate revenue in the United States of America. The reality is that the minute that we cut off the faucet and we start to get rid of the debt and we sit down long enough to actually build up a nest egg to where we can actually let that snowball, you then become the lender instead of the borrower.
But think about I'm sorry, Eve, let me just say this. So just think about the average person that lives paycheck to paycheck. They may not have enough money to set aside to save. The credit, you can't get a certain decent car without a high car note unless you have good credit. You can't get approved for a home loan unless you have good credit. So what you're saying is you should figure out a way with your job to put away enough money to buy everything cash all the time.
What you should do is you should stay home. You shouldn't leave and try to go and get your own place in order to get somebody to come over and fuck on you in the middle of the night because you're tired of hearing your parents talk to you.
And that's why people do it. That's exactly why people do it.
Stay home. Yep. Stop building and getting a bunch of bills for yourself. The best thing that ever happened to me, and it taught me the biggest lesson in my life, is when I went broke in 2008 and I had to move back into my mom's basement. I had became a millionaire before I ever moved out, and we wasn't even trying to move out. We was comfortable. We was happy. We was chilling. It was like, you know what? Who are we really trying to do this for? I didn't even start really spending money until I was way into a space to where it didn't even matter anymore. But it taught me a lesson, is that the minute that I was forced to get out of this matrix, then my eyes opened up to what the possibilities was. Because the minute that I stopped giving all my money away to other people and other creditors is when I then open up the possibility of what I can do for my family and the legacy that I can build.
Yeah, having that financial literacy is important, starting at an early age, but it's never too late to learn. But it's really important to embed that while you're young.
So y'all want the new 2023 model where you can just get the the 2012 Honda.
No, it's
Serenity.
cool to get to 2023 when you can afford to get to 2023.
Yeah, well, I'm
The
just
problem
saying.
is that you want the
get your car, pay
2023 when
cash
you
for
really
it.
should have the 2012.
You should really have the hoopties. What happened to
Yeah,
that? Buying $2,000 of a car, like
They
you
want
don't.
that new
That's how I
car smell.
grew up. I
No
grew
way.
up
What happened
driving
is when men get
$2,000
the
cars.
hoopties, what happens, Lady Di, when men get the hoopties, women don't want them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, we got to change
And
our
it goes
ways.
back to the
And then
pussy.
also don't have a hoopty and you don't care about your credit.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because
ain't
then
never
she's
had
gonna
no
be
issue
looking
getting a
at a
woman
lot
in
of
the hoop.
things.
I haven't used credit in probably the last 7 or 8 years.
I used to park
Well,
a
because
few houses down the road, then I go pull up on them. See what's
basically
going
how to
on.
manage your
Stop it down,
money.
y'all. Stop winding it down.
I'm sorry.
I don't think I'll say this last thing, at least for me. I don't think credit is bad for everybody. It depends on how you use it. So financial literacy is a big I believe class that everyone should go through, and you should use it properly. You can leverage with credit. My household leverage with credit to the point where we're in a certain bracket as well. It just depends on how you use it. I wouldn't suggest just getting credit and you're like, well, what do I do? You need to know what you're doing first and then try that out. But like I said, we're not here for a financial class, so we're not going to get into that today.
I mean, it all comes back to the
Yeah,
original conversation. It's programming. The reason why, the same way that you play video games and you want to be number one if you're playing Call of Duty or Fortnite, is the same way that they put up these TV screens. They put up a 75, 100-inch monitor inside of the call center, and they say, well, you number one and you number two and you number three, because it's gamification. It gives you the sense of competition and want to one up and be better than the next person. It's the same way that they doing to y'all as consumers. It's the exact same thing.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and move on, y'all. I'm gonna need Red and Eve, with both of the Eves, to get involved a little bit more. You guys have been separate. Let's go ahead and get into these super chats real quick. Insane Your One $5 says that's what she calls it with no teeth. Flabbergasted. E-Man Strong $5 says just make sure you take her to the beach on the first date and jump in. Original Everything Else is Carbon Copy $10. Also member says kudos to Anton for staying active in his daughter's life, even when she becomes an adult. Yes, black men are better fathers when the kids are young, but when the kids become adults, they are handoffs. Congo English says $10 says Anton preach. E-Man Strong $2 says now we see Mr. Let Go is slow as hell. Dr. Slow. To Go says the Emperor's New Clothes. Caesar Palace $10 says Anton 50% right. Just because they let some black folks in does not mean that as a system, blacks as a whole are not being held back. The stats don't support that
programming
in your head. Housing loans for X.
Good thing they programmed you to believe that, big dog.
Original Everything Else is Carbon Copy $5 says it's sad, but the first impression are lasting because Eve is presenting herself well, but it's so hard to see her in a different light. You know that person, Eve? E-Man Strong $2 says now Mr. Lego is drunk tonight. Oh my gosh. Original Everything Else is Carbon Copy $2 says so deep you truly create your reality, master of love. Congo English $5 says Caesar Palace, bro, huh? Bigot $10 says hold up, did Precious just kick a Jay-Z verse? That's what I'm talking about. Hey boo. Jaquel PF $5 says what's that word, like Manchosen? Chosen? How you say that? Help me out, y'all. I'm slow.
Munchausen.
Yeah,
Munchausen. There you go. I just learned a new word. Let me go ahead. It's misspelled. Okay. It's someone who pretends to be ill for attention. That's a victim mentality. The Bible says a man is as thinketh. You plant the seed. Darren Walker $5 also member says, all right, I've had it. Ali is always squint. Go get some glasses.
Man, I got 20/20 vision, man. Come on, man.
Illis 999 says define free. We have the ability to assimilate, but we still don't have a cultural identity that is not defined by a post-colonial reality. Resources are limited without identity. Shout out to Illa. Make sure y'all check them out. Saint Cartier 499 also member says, bring 19 keys on because you guys are not qualified to give history lessons. The Black community problems are multi-layered issue, not just one issue. Physical Poetry 499 says, let's be honest, the Black community / politics were taken and given to the Black women, and today is the result. Democratic Party, for example. Honey 999 says, estheticians are an unfortunate part of Black folk psychology and like to refer to them as generational curses.
He's saying nigga statisticians.
Okay. Jasmine Jade Psych $2 also member says, talking down on entertainers, but you a YouTuber. Mrs. Parker 199 says, Deacon Daniels teaching tonight, I am that I am. Caesar Palace $5 also member says, Anton, it's also programming to have rich Black folks feel like they don't need to help poor Black folks. Rich white men help poor white folks all the time. Greatness to Work $5 also member says, the richest people only use credit. They take out loans to start their new businesses, not their own money. Goldman Sachs, billions in debt, building sky.
He has no clue what the fuck he talking about, but I don't have time to break it down for him right now. Good job, though.
St. Cartier 989
says,
MLK fighting for integration and not economics made a huge impact. He said it himself before his assassination. He led us into a burning building. I want to say thank you for everybody that has donated to the channel. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. The likes are low. Shout out to Gail at Night in the chat. She's doing a great job moderating. You make sure you guys give her a follow. Shout out to all my green gang that's in the chat. And lastly, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hamley. 30% off on the free gift. That link is in the description. JR, please let someone else read the super chats. I thought I was doing a good job today, no? Hooked on Phonics?
You did great, JR.
Yo, that's hilarious.
You did good.
Yo, they be hating on everybody.
I tried. This say to go, so let go. Is this your people?
Who?
It says to go.
Mr. Let Go, you sent that $2 super chat.
To go.
Come on, Let Go. That's low.
Let me see if I can perfect this one right here. Little Bob $5 says, shout out to Lucky. She's intelligent, interesting, and friendly, not to mention pretty. I enjoy when she's on the panel. I hope I did that one good. If not, I don't give a fuck.
Shout out to Lucky.
I keep reading these super chats. You don't like it? Push on, bro. Push on. Again, thank you guys for super chatting. Salute to the chat. If you guys are watching and not in the chat, make sure you hit the like button. If you're in the chat, make sure you hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Likes are free. Moving on to our next topic of the night, which is what's a man's purpose in a woman's life? Just real curious, Ray. What are your thoughts? What's a man's purpose in a woman's life? You on mute just so you know, so we cannot hear anything you're saying.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So, I believe that a man has a big purpose in a woman's life. If she's heterosexual and into men, some women are not, and their lives are valid as well. But I believe for a woman who's into men, a man has a big purpose. I think protection, provision, I believe in that. Even though I live a non-traditional lifestyle, I'm polyamorous, so I don't believe in monogamy. I think monogamy is unrealistic for a lot of people.
Shout out to you.
Thank you. So I believe monogamy
Whatever.
for a lot of people, but I
You said
still
shout out to her for what? What happened? I missed it. What happened?
Right. Women love to sit there and big it up, but they condemn it at the same time.
what do you mean?
Wait. Let her finish her
These
statement.
same women condemn what you said, but they are big it up when you say it. This shit is
I was
crazy.
only representing one woman, so I said shout out to her, and I'm not representing all women. You could finish. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe a lot of women are open to polyamory. I think more so than we think. But it's also sometimes, oh, it's good for you, but it's not good for me. And that's respectable as well. Like everybody has the right to live their life the way that they choose. But as far as a man's purpose, I think protection, provision, support, all of those good things. And I think like I'm in a relationship and my man provides all of that for me. And he's very important to me. So I think a man's presence can be very strong in a woman's life overall.
Wait. But don't mute yourself just yet. I just got a question.
Okay.
So
What's
you in a
up?
relationship, but you poly.
Mhm.
So what does that mean?
Who else banging you?
What? I am in a polyamorous relationship. I have a male partner. He's my primary partner. And we date women. We have girlfriends that we date, but we're looking for someone a bit more serious. We're looking to get a bit more serious with someone. But that's what I do. I educate people on polyamory, and that's my lifestyle.
So you can't mess with no dudes though, right? You don't want to.
Okay, so I'm open. I'm a free, autonomous human being. I'm open to do whatever I want, but that's not my interest. I feel the masculine energy that I have in my life at this point is enough for me.
See,
And
ladies, we had a conversation about this about a month ago, and the woman was like, "What? You can't do that. You're supposed," and it was just crazy. And then now the ladies like, "Oh yeah, this is awesome." I'm like, whatever. They don't know what they want, and that's the problem. But shout out to you, because this is how the world actually can grow into a better world, especially when it comes to black people, when it's two women and one man, because all these single mothers running around, you got a child, you got a child, everybody be in the same household. Now we don't save two kids or two women, got them off the streets at the same time. Think about, now everybody got a man.
yeah,
And I think that's the best thing for women, because most of these women are single mothers, no dad, no father figure, no nothing, just out here looking dumb. But they refuse to get with a dude who wants two women because she don't want him to have everything he wants. But the thing about it is, little man or little Shay wants a brother and wants a sister, but they over there, looking stupid. You know what I'm saying?
So Raya, do you help take care of the guy? And you don't have to share.
Hold on. I want to hold this conversation real quick. Lucky, hold that question, because we
Okay.
do have another topic that's somewhat in relation to that. Actually, the next topic kind of reminded me of Mr. Let Go. Yeah, but y'all stay tuned. We're gonna get to it. I got a clip as a context for this. What's a man's purpose in a woman's life? But before I do want to get Eve into it. Let me get your thoughts about what's a man's purpose in a woman's life, and then we'll go ahead and get to the clip.
All right, thank you. For the sake of not being repetitive, I agree with Ray Aviv. Man's supposed to have, possess these qualities.
He was on another channel looking for a man.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, who was on another panel looking for a man?
That's what the super chat said.
Oh, okay.
I think they're talking about me.
Okay, yeah. But most importantly, though, to me, a man has to be able to teach me something. I have to be able to learn from that man. I think that's the most important thing, because that's what makes a man the leader. I want you to be able to lead. If you're going to be the head, I have to be able to learn from you. Not that I don't possess, knowledge myself, but I think that's quintessential in a man. Just being able to teach me something. Wouldn't you guys agree? Like, a man that can't tell you something, like can't tell you different things of the world or just life. So it's like, I have to have a connection like that. I would consider myself a social. What's going on? I keep on getting.
What happened?
A sapiosocial.
Cap.
What type of man? You have a man right now?
No, I don't. And that's all by choice. Not nothing because
it's by choice.
It's by choice.
No,
let's just
y'all
stop.
Single by choice.
No, I knew this was going to come. I knew this was coming. It's all by choice. A woman has a choice. But I do like, there are certain expectations that I have in a man, for sure. I mean, just like a man would have those for a woman. So, I mean, I'm sure some of us are up here that are guys sitting up here single. Are we not saying anything about them?
Well, we're not saying we're single by choice. So, if anybody says I'm single by choice, is a lie. None of us are single by choice.
It is a choice.
It's
you
a
have
lie.
the option of being like, I'm not actively.
She means single by bad choices.
There we go. Thank you, Bruiser. You're single by bad choices. I love that.
That's cute. That's cute. But I'm not actively looking right now. But I do plan to in the near future. So let's move away from that. Okay. But anyway, like I said, just being able to learn. A man's mind is like the most important thing of the man itself. So yeah.
And it's nothing against you. Just women just love to say little stuff like
I
that.
know it sounds
That's all.
cliche, but
Yeah, that's all. It's not
no,
against you.
I get it. But no, it's the truth.
Now, simmer down. Let's just have a conversation, y'all. Simmer down. Let me go to get to this chat, man. It's getting a little crazy. All the laughing and stuff like that, man. That's instigating. You know, we
I'll
trying to
leave
have,
you instigating.
yeah, we're trying to have
I be
a
trying,
right
y'all.
moment.
I be trying.
You know, it's starting to come out. Everybody getting on demon time.
Of a man to me is that even if you don't be with a woman forever, give her the game that she can survive to whoever she with. Because most men are not intelligent. Most men don't have money, or some men got money but no game. Some men have no money and no game but good, right? And they get caught up in with the female to the point that everybody's just losing. But with you and to the people listening, if you meet that right girl and she's just in an apartment, don't put her down too bad. Or you can just give a game. Tell her certain things like keep your room clean. Make sure you wash your car. And then some guys, if you don't have a car and the girl has a car, you got to be a gas fairy. When you go out with a woman, you say, hey, let me put gas in your car. If you ain't got a car, once a week or twice a week, say, let me get your car detailed. Always come to a woman's house with something in your hand when you're coming to visit her. You show her that you was raised right.
I'm not co-signing on that part.
But that's why you got an OG. Listen to me for a second. So the goal here is now not to say that you're right. The goal for you right now is to listen and see how I can bring that into my repertoire.
All facts. That's my guy.
I thought about Mr. Let Go when I seen this. There was something about the car, something about giving her the game.
Yes.
What's a man's purpose in a woman's life? It was completely different what both the Eve said, but let me go ahead and go to Bruce on this. And then we'll go to Precious. What are your thoughts about this?
Hold on, did you say me?
Yes, sir.
All right, the purpose.
I can go to Precious if you need to.
No, you're good. The purpose is for him to be her husband, her leader, you know what I'm saying, her guide. Provide resources and protection. Use her as a vessel in order to push forward his bloodline. It could be subject in this day and age to different people, but traditionally, the way I run my household, that's what I'm here for.
Ray, do you agree?
Huh?
Do you agree, Ray?
In a sense, I do. But I'm going to be honest, like when it comes to this traditionalism, I'm not totally in agreement with, oh, the man is the absolute ruler. He's like Hitler of the house. Like,
Hitler.
I don't totally agree with that. Yeah, I don't totally agree to that. I don't subscribe to that.
You better be afraid. I am Hitler.
Who's talking about Hitler?
Yeah, I
got some of that.
Sorry, I don't agree with that, but I do agree, like he said, with the protection, with the provision, with leadership in a sense. But I believe that the man and woman should co-lead. I don't think the man necessarily
disgusting.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold that thought, Rhea. The real Precious. What are your thoughts about it? What's a man's purpose in a woman's life?
The man is the head of household. His job, his mission, his duty is to lead a household, to protect the household, like Bruce said, to provide resources for the household. A man, when he gets with a woman biblically, you know, he obtains favor from God. Like, I think a lot of, and I might get flack for this, but I think that the man is the prize. A lot of people will say that the woman is a prize, but when a man joins with a woman, he does get way more than the woman does in a spiritual sense. And so a man joining with the woman is to carry out his purpose, to find someone who helps him carry out his purpose and to raise their children.
Okay, hold that thought, Precious. Precious just said something that caught Eve's attention. She said men are the prize. Do you agree with her, Eve?
I think both are the prize. She's both are the prize. I think both men and women are the prize. We've got to stop this, you know, because he who finds a good, you know, woman, and you know the rest.
Blah blah.
He finds a good thing.
Yeah,
but is it the prize? Can you
prize.
Can you live on your own without a man and carry out a purpose?
Nope. You're lost and crazy.
And see, this one I think that, and see, we get kind of taken away. I know. Listen, just hear me out, y'all. Just hear me out. I just think that we got to get out of that mind frame. So you guys are telling me that if you chose a man chooses a woman, because I believe that man chooses that woman, right? That is the prize. That woman is the prize too, just as well as that man being the prize. Because that woman is being chosen.
Look
give
at
it
it
up.
like this.
Hold on,
Think
hold
of like a
on,
present.
hold on, Eve. Hold on, Eve. Hold on, Lady Di. Hold on real quick, because this is starting to unfold.
I got a
Lucky,
lot to say. Oh, wait.
Lucky, what are your thoughts about it? What's a man's purpose in a woman's life? Who's the prize? A lot going on here.
I honestly want to define the difference between finding a good thing and a prize. But before I answer that question, but I would say a man's role is to guide, to protect, to lead, and control. I believe that men should control the woman that they're with. His intentions, will be based on, we can see it displaying her, but I think a woman is a reflection of her man. So if you have a woman that is all over the place and a man can't control her, then that represents a household where she is in lead in that household. He can't control her. He can't lead her, even if he can pump her gas and wash her car, like the video said. That doesn't
Lucky,
mean
who's the prize, Lucky? Who's the prize, the man or the woman?
Well, that's why I said I think I kind of agree with Eve.
What?
I kind of agree with Eve.
Hold on, Lady Di. What are your thoughts? Hold that, Lady Di. What are your thoughts?
You want me to answer the question or just say what I was about to say?
Who's the prize first? Let's start there.
What is wrong with these women? They so scared to say it.
Real, I guess.
Right.
Say it with your chest, ladies.
Explain what I'm saying.
Be a pick me or not? Which one is it? Is the man the prize?
I think the man is the prize, and I'm going to explain why.
Are you standing 10 toes now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, so
you heard me. Come on with it. Spit it out.
She's
Come
scared
on.
now. She's like, oh my God, what am I going to do now? I said it.
This is how I look at it. So if we want a man to provide, that means he has to have some type of money. Okay. If you're a female that don't have no money, I don't see how.
Come on, lady. Got 2 minutes, lady. Got 2 minutes.
That as a prize, meaning I'm not saying women are not special. Yes, we are. I'm saying that you want this guy to have all of these things, which are the prize. Think of like a present. It's a box with a gift inside, and then there's a bow wrapped around it. So you want what's inside of the box, which is the prize. And then you're like the bow wrapped around it. You help it out. So it's not like we as females are not worthy of anything. No, because without us, I mean, him as the prize, it won't, to me, prosper as much, because we as women, when we're in our right state of mind, can
multiply.
And can help the man elevate to his highest potential. But that's when
now. Can I just say one thing, JR? Okay, so based on hearing everybody define the prize is just something that's won in a competition. So if we can say women compete, or if we can universally up here say women are the only ones competing, then yeah, the man would be the prize. But if the way some people are shaping it is if it's something that adds value to you that you can't get everywhere, there are some men who, when they get the right woman that adds value, they can say she is the prize. So that's why I'm saying it can go, you're the prize if you are a person of value in today's society, because most people don't have value. So if you're a value to a person and you add to them, you would be the prize. Why is it based on gender?
Okay, hold that thought real quick. Ali, are you the prize?
Essentially, the man is the prize.
Are you the prize?
Yeah.
Okay. Eve, how you feel about that?
I mean, I think so.
He's single. He's single.
Can I ask a question real quick too?
He said he is. So
Can I ask a question real
Eve,
quick?
Do you feel Ali is the prize?
I mean, he says he is. I mean, I think that he's a man of value. So I wouldn't say.
But earlier you said both people are the prize. So,
but I can also. Can I not say that for myself either? Can I not, equate that to a woman?
Okay.
Does it just
are you speaking for the people? You're speaking for yourself right now.
Well, I'm speaking for myself as well as anybody that would be deemed that.
All right, Ali, you heard that, right? Okay,
yes.
Ali, listen. Go ahead, Eve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I would say that Ali's a prize. I would say that. I would say that everybody up here is a prize.
I'm trying to clean it up now. I said speak for yourself. You say speaking for yourself, you speak for everybody. Which way you doing now? You're going in circles.
No,
he's single. Shoot your shot.
Can I ask you a question to make her think about it in a different situation to the women?
Ali, just relax a little bit. I know it's just a little bit uncomfortable. Okay, I know you put the pressure on you right now.
We trying to set you up, Ali.
Okay, just hold tight real quick. Y'all just go and let that marinate a little bit. Go ahead, Bruiser. What are your thoughts?
Now I don't really. Yeah, men are the prize.
You weren't even listening, Bruiser. Rhea, go ahead. I see you came
Hold on.
out.
What was the question?
Bruiser win already.
Don't worry
I
about
believe
it.
that I have a unique perspective because I like
What
both.
in the world?
I like women. I like them both. I think they're both prizes in different ways. I think.
Hold on, y'all asking me, am I the prize?
No, it's
Bruiser.
Bruiser. Hold tight real quick. I think we stumbled on something else. Go ahead, Rhea.
Yeah, like I said, I like both, so I can see a prize in both. And I think everybody should view themselves as maybe not the prize, but a prize. We're both bringing something to the table. Even if the woman doesn't have money, she is, if she's a good woman, enriching that man's life in some way. So I think we all should, like, what were we talking about earlier? Like the mind, the power of the mind, believing in yourself, confidence. I think we all should believe that we're the prize.
Wait, but if somebody broke into your house, Rhea,
because Rhea getting a little spiritual. Go ahead.
if someone broke into your house, Rhea, right? Y'all, let's just say all three of y'all in the bed. Wouldn't you want that man to go see what is going on downstairs, or would you tell the woman, or would you get up to go see what's going on downstairs?
Absolutely.
You and the woman gonna be tripping all over each other trying to go.
No,
she gonna go downstairs.
I would expect that man to go downstairs, but there are things that are uniquely feminine that a woman can provide and bring to the table as well. So, like I said, I believe it goes both ways. It goes both ways, just like me. I go both ways. It goes both ways. That's how I feel.
He said some booty. Yo.
The only reason Rhea gonna go downstairs because she think he got another bitch downstairs on the couch. That's the only reason why she going down.
I'm trying to check it out. I'm trying to check out the scope of the scene.
To the ladies.
Yo, somebody breaking their house. You like, shit, you want to join us? Like, you can have all this. You ain't got to break in.
She bad?
Hold on.
How you look?
I think Ali trying to get in there. Go ahead, Ali.
Specifically to the ladies, if we were to completely warp our brains, wipe our brains of any intelligence, everything, right? We start back, let's just say start civilization back over again, and we're in the wild, literally in the wild. What do you think would happen if we're just back in the wild as men and women? Who do you think would establish order, take over society, and would be looked at as the prize?
The man. Men.
Immediately.
Let me ask you something.
Ooh, that triggered something.
Since we're going back there, let me ask you guys something. Do you all prefer your partner to work? Would you want to
answer the question? You asking the question? You ain't answer my question. Dang, you don't even come on, E.
Because I'm just saying, like, because
If
you
you
take
want a wild,
no, I'm asking you right now. If we started civilization back over again, because we're in a programmed, brainwashed world. Soon as you put us in the wild, what do you think? Who's going to be the prize immediately?
The man, for sure. But
why do we play on the confines and go, we're co-partners, it's 50-50, we equal? When can you compete essentially in the real world? If you take the social constructs away, can you even compete with a man in anything that when it comes to providing or protecting?
Shouldn't be.
There's three factors that destroyed
which
families.
means we're the prize.
When it was agricultural society, women needed a man. When it was an industrial society, women needed a man. When we went to technology and with computers, then women felt like they were equivalent to man, can negotiate with man. But when you go back to the real world, women are going to see man as the prize.
But to answer your question, Eve, if I ever needed my wife to go and pick up and go work, and I wanted to accomplish a goal or something like that, I would tell her to go work and she'd go work. If I tell her not to go work, she's not gonna work. Depends on what I want her to do in my household and in my system that I created. And that's her submission.
So how does a man? Okay, so I get what Ali is saying, but
hold on. Let me ask you.
Okay,
go ahead. Are you pro man or pro woman?
Am I pro man or pro woman?
Yeah.
Oh, so
I'm pro family. I mean, when you say pro man,
great answer.
No, that was just a test question you passed.
Oh yeah,
great answer. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lucky. My bad.
Now, because he said if we go back to civilization, because men are the ones that dominated and all of that. But one might also ask, and I'm a provoke thought, in that time period, Ali, how could a man multiply his seed? He needed a woman. So if he didn't have a woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can always go back to civilization, but that would have been a prize.
He can multiply a seed. It ain't got to be a woman.
But the women, all he needs is a man. Like women in those times, women respected and valued men like other civilizations still do. Other nations value their man. I'm gonna say it again, in my field, Mexican women are literally renovating houses with their Mexican man, in vans, going home and cooking and building houses with their man. They're doing whatever.
And they work for him.
They do anything for him.
They
They see the importance of
now,
value.
I'm not disagreeing that men are the prize. I'm trying to figure out, based on what y'all bringing up, how are we defining that into today? Are we saying these men today, when we compare them to other men, we're saying these men today by majority are the prize, after we just had a conversation with Anton talking about how these men today most of the time are victims? So are we saying these men today would be deemed a prize to these women today?
I'll answer after Ali. Go ahead, Ali.
If you wanted a traditional man, in today's society, majority of women want Superman. They want something higher than a traditional man. They want him taller.
We're not talking about what they want. I'm just saying
that's not what you asking.
That's not what she asking, bro.
What she asking? Okay, hold on. How did I miss what she? Go ahead, Lucky. What did I miss?
I'm saying, okay, because I always understand when y'all compare it, but let's think of the men today, men and women today.
Okay.
Are you saying the men today, or would you say, or all the y'all, the men today would be deemed a prize by these women today? And you're comparing it to other men who protect them, protect their women, look at everything differently. They have a different programming, right? Us today, would you say the men today are deemed prizes based on how they portray, how they carry themselves, what they're willing to dominate, what they're willing to go for? Are they everything that plays into calling a man a prize? Would you say these men today are the prize?
I say majority of men. If you're looking just a solely traditional man who protects and provides, if she wants luxury, if she wants the biggest house, the biggest car, and she wants wealth, no, she wants a man that's taller than her. Like what all women are going for, that high value man. Again, that's what I was trying to say. A lot of women are going after Superman. They want the tallest guy, the biggest guy, the most established guy, the most attractive guy. Where men are expected to be with a woman who's not even a traditional woman at all. He has to downgrade in what he's expecting. And the women, when he's downgrading, women still want this high value guy. But today's society, majority of women have downgraded as women. So I think most men could provide and protect. Over 50% of men, over 50% of men make at least $50,000 and have no children. So I think they they know they have to cook. Now most men are by themselves because most women don't want to even settle with those men. So they're cooking for themselves. They can fix things. They still traditional men. They still have to get it from the mud.
Okay, Ali, I'm asking you one more time. Are you pro men or pro family?
I'm still pro family.
Okay. You said the word men a lot. I'm just go ahead, Mr. Lego. I know you're trying to get in.
I know.
Okay, so I want to because y'all totally forgot about what my guy TK Kirkland.
Keep it brief, Lego.
Okay, what TK Kirkland said. I just gotta go back to what he said, and going back to the whole prize thing. The one way I can tell that I'm the prize, and I don't really care about this prize stuff, is if I don't have sex with you with no condom, you still see me in your life now to this day. I build you up and I put you out there as a better person than I left you. So when it comes to being a prize, when I talk about protection and provision, I mean even after me. After me. I ain't even around no more, and you eating off of me. You living off of me. You're happy off of me. You see little pieces of me everywhere you go in your own life. That is what a prize actually is. I ain't even got to be with your ass no more, and you living a better life than you was living before me. That is what a man is supposed to do. And that is exactly what TK Kirkland said in that video. You uplift a woman and support a woman, and you teach a woman the game. So even if it don't work out with you and that woman, she can go out and provide for her own family with what you taught her. That is the prize.
And I agree with that. I definitely think that both partners should have that positive impact on each other's lives. But I kind of want to speak to something that was said earlier. So you guys said if society collapsed and we were just back in the caveman days, the man would dominate. And that's the reason why he is the prize, correct? I believe you guys said that. So Caucasian people have gone across this whole planet, this entire planet, dominating and conquering. would you say that the Caucasian human is then the prize?
I want y'all to let Anton respond on that. Anton, what are your thoughts about that now?
I'm willing to cede my time on this subject. This is y'all wild. Y'all are absolutely wild on this one. I'm gonna cede my time. Go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna let Mr. Let Go take that.
Okay, hold off, Let Go. Lady Di, I know you've been kind of quiet. You want to chime in a little bit?
Yeah. So the answer to your question, Rhea, you can't compare a man versus another man. We talking about like women versus men. You went from white to black. So how does that make sense?
Hold on, Ray.
That's
hold
what
on.
they try to do to
Lady Di, are you pro man or
us.
pro woman?
I'm pro family.
I haven't heard the word family being used. Y'all keep saying I'm pro family, but I haven't.
I did.
Okay, go ahead, Let Go.
I just simply said I'm going to change a woman's life where she can take care of her own family, whether I'm with her or without her. I'm the one who said family.
Even if you never married her or nothing, it's just
it don't make no difference. If you sniff my balls, hold on, Anton. Let me tell you something. If I made you a toaster strudel, y'all already know what that is. You don't sniff my balls, whatever.
What?
Your life is in a lot of ways better than it was before me. So yeah, if I made you a toaster strudel,
say something useful,
your ass is your family.
So we don't talk about balls.
Is better off than it was before me. Straight up.
Let me say something useful, man. Let me say something useful. First of all, men are the prize. You can base it off a multitude of examples. But given the state of this nation, I think it's important to reference a man's importance in a household, which substantiates him being the prize, because simply removing him causes a major detriment to quality of life, not only for the woman and children, but also for the criminal system, poverty, and the economy.
All right, Precious, we got strudels and balls. What are your thoughts?
On what? Strudels and balls?
No, it's just something that came up.
What is the toaster strudel? I don't know. Like, I think I'm in the dark.
Oh, so you don't know what a toaster strudel is? Does anybody know what that is?
You got to sign up for Mr. Let Go.
They're good. They're good.
No. You don't learn that in my
he's
coaching.
talking about. Never mind. But Ray asked a good question.
When a man,
we overlook what Ray.
You don't need to know.
spooges all over your stomach, and that's what
ask the question.
Your
Ray,
stomach
please.
is a toaster strudel.
She asked a very important question.
Do you want me to restate my question?
Please restate it.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
A couple of you guys said that because a man would dominate if we went back to basics, that makes the man the prize. So the Caucasian.
See, I'm talking about in real time. Y'all talking about.
We didn't say that was the stipulation that makes him the prize.
No, a couple of you did say that.
That's why I wanted to make it real time, because y'all talking about caveman days. I ain't fuck all that shit.
I didn't say in order for him to be the
Y'all
prize.
niggas talking about caveman and cave women.
No,
I agree with Ray.
She's saying
hold on.
Tell him, Ray.
A couple of you guys did say.
Let her finish, y'all. Let her finish.
Yeah,
Exactly.
a couple of you guys did say, and it'll show on the playback. A couple of you guys did say domination is the reason why the man is a prize. The Caucasian human being has stampeded across this entire planet. There's not a continent that they haven't touched. Dominating, conquering, subjugating other human beings. Does that make the Caucasian human a prize over the black one? And yes, to what Lady Di said earlier, you can compare men. Absolutely, you can compare men. And I just wanted to know, because a couple of you did state domination is the reason. Does that make the Caucasian the prize?
So you're saying
the white man is definitely the prize. I ain't got no problem saying that.
You taking it off a man and you putting on whether a race is what particular race is the prize. That's basically what you're doing.
Let's go. Let's do it. The white man is the prize. Yes.
She's comparing analogies. Is she saying that are we deeming them the prize because they can dominate? So she gave a different analogy of a race that have dominated, and do we consider them the prize? She's only.
And the answer is yes.
Thank you, Lucky.
The answer is yes.
I'm not gonna say
y'all scared.
I'm not gonna say yes.
I'm not gonna say yes. We probably don't.
If a war broke out, and
I don't know where these goddamn lights come from. I turn my fucking light on. A light come on. I'm happy. Shit, what are you talking about? Well, I flush the toilet. I don't know where my shit go.
But see, the white man is dominating the society, so that's like
Yeah.
the answer. Of course, they are the prize right now. Yes,
But they're dominating
Wow.
based on what Anton said earlier, because we choose to let them. Nobody is keeping parameters on
Playing
us.
victim.
right.
We
I don't know.
program and got to unprogram ourselves and start back over.
We are a community along with white people, y'all. We are all a community, and y'all got to understand that. There's a community.
There's no community.
There is a community.
There, not ours.
This is a community.
Where is that?
I'm with you on that. Lucky.
White people and black people. It's a whole community.
Ain't no black community. Sorry, go ahead, JR.
Hey, go ahead, Eve, and chime in this real quick. What are your thoughts, man? Are we talking about strudels and balls?
Strudels and balls.
Family is the way to go.
Don't let her talk about that, please. She already drunk.
Go ahead, Eve.
Shout out to the strudels and balls out there. The combination is just
a t-shirt.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful life. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful life.
Yeah,
memories.
Anything else to say about that? But
memories. I mean, you start talking about all over your body and stuff. I don't know what you was going with that leg.
Well, I do. Yeah, that was a bit.
No, she asked what is a toaster strudel, and I explained what it was because nobody else wanted to explain it.
So, are you men wanting to control your women? Is this? Do you really want to be controlled or controlled?
Who you asking?
I'm asking this to the men because, like, you think that it's like a dog. It's almost like
we want to control our women because right now they're out of order.
Thank you, bro.
Under a man's cover.
Thank you, bro, for saying it. Thank you.
When y'all off the leash, y'all are lost.
Y'all ruin your own lives. Some of y'all are ruining your lives right now on the show, ruining your lives. Like y'all do so much stupid shit where we need to come in to stop you from ruining your own lives. It is ridiculous how much y'all ruin your own lives.
Like the word control, that's just such a strong term. You know
okay, deal with it. Control. Say it to yourself. Control. Suck it up. It's control. Regardless how you want to say it, it's control.
But what do you mean by control, Eve? Because it is, right? But what is your definition of control from a man?
What's her issue with
what's triggering about it? Why are you triggered by such a normal word?
You all aspects of life has order in it. Any organization, any military, any basketball.
Hold on, let her answer, y'all.
Y'all trying to talk, y'all. Y'all trying to the host.
Go ahead, Eve.
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying that there's another way we can, reframe.
No, we're using control.
Let go. Oh my gosh.
No, we're not gonna go away from control.
You just got diarrhea.
Because your damn mouth.
Let her talk.
Eve, stay with control and keep going.
Look at you.
The word for that is logorrhea, diarrhea of the mouth.
Go ahead, Eve. Control. Go.
I mean, because you're gonna just control the conversation anyway, right?
Girl.
Yes, control.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, permission to talk, sir.
You have my permission.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I'm just saying, like, maybe we can reframe that term.
No.
I see. Here we go, guys. See what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous.
You want to reframe male, female?
You have to let go, Mr. Let Go, for a second. Okay, just let go for a second.
Eve. They'll shut up then.
They trying to get you back for the last time.
Just stay with control and keep going. We're not going to go away from the word control.
Eve, just spit it out, Eve.
The word of the day is control. Go.
Just go ahead so we can.
Okay, all I'm saying is this. It's like, let's try to reframe that word. I don't think that a person should be controlled.
No.
It's like a dog on a leash or something like that. I think that's a little bit, a little bit strong of a term to define what structure of a household is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the man is supposed to lead, and then with that comes a level of control, but just controlling, dominating that's just like, I don't know, Bruiser, I see you up there, but you said that I'm not, if I want my woman to work, I'm going to let my woman work. If she doesn't, that's because that's the control that I have. So this kind of really just brokered that question. But I don't know. I just think that maybe we can rephrase it, because what are we doing here? Because
we're trying to get you a man.
Can I ask you a
But
question, Eve?
if you keep with this mindset, you're never gonna get a man.
Can I ask you a
Men
question,
are
Eve?
listening right now saying that she don't want nobody to. There's no way you can fit in nobody's system if you don't have any sense of order.
But can I say this real quick,
Right,
please?
because when you go to work, you're being controlled.
You're being controlled at work.
And not every man is trying to control a woman. Maybe the women who
Miss
don't want to
Bruiser, not Buzzer.
get the men that don't want to control them.
I ain't gonna go for that too many times.
Wait,
Eve, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
real
question real quick?
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thanks for asking.
That shit ain't funny,
Okay.
Anton.
You some
So
control.
Eve,
Yeah.
just a question. So you don't want a man to dominate you?
Mhm.
Look
No.
at look at
Hey, Mr. Lego. Hey,
Yeah,
so
wait.
we're not doing a hypnosis tonight.
This is not the after hours.
Can't do it that way. You got a bump on your cheek, Miss Lego. You don't look attractive.
You know,
I'll mute.
I'll
mute.
Just relax. Okay, yeah, you know how you get them under your spell and they talking about you got muscles and all that. Just relax a little bit.
They already melted away.
Eve, like even if we change the word, it's still the same thing. So why are we changing this word? Because all leaders have control. I don't care what level you want to put it at, it's still going to be the same thing. So why us as women have to change the name when it is what it is? Why do we need to change it?
I don't think a man is over there telling their spouse, woman, get in there and cook my food. Woman, get in there and do my laundry. I think these are things that the woman is just doing naturally, right?
Well, wait.
What fits in his system?
I'm gonna respond to that. So if a man did say,
Anton trying to show off his muscles.
and
Fix me a sandwich.
go fix me a sandwich, right? It don't matter how he said it. The whole resolution is that he wants a sandwich, right?
Facts.
So
He's gonna get his goddamn sandwich, Eve.
I get what you're saying. I get that idea, but I'm just like, maybe if we don't use the term control, it just makes it like the woman doesn't have a rights in the relationship.
You don't have rights.
No, you can be controlled. I mean, it's just like, just think of your kids. You control your kids, but they have a say so. You care for them. You're not beating them. It's the same thing. You're supposed, if you're under somebody, they have control over how everything goes and how everything runs, including you. But if you a man starts to relinquish control to the woman, we start to see that's usually a chaotic environment, because women don't know how to handle having full control. Like, we're not designed to do it. So you would have to, it is control over. Now the intentions of the man matters, because if he has wrong intentions, then you're going to be controlled to be whatever he decides to control you, but that's the power he's supposed to have.
For sure, Lucky. And I'm not saying that, a man, because like I said, I believe in the gender roles. I believe in the parts that, gender's supposed to play in the household. I do get that.
No, you don't.
Hey, Eve, I got a question for you. Eve, are you pro man or pro woman?
I'm pro family.
I said, okay, so safe. Go ahead, Press. You came off the mic. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that women were created to be helpers. So, in order to help, we have the man has to have control to know where we're helping. If you're not designed to be in his life to help him, then you're gonna have a problem with control.
It's not the problem. It's the wording of it. You got to pay attention to language.
Okay, so you want to be led.
No, you got to pay attention to the language and allow it to resonate.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucky. That's all I'm saying right there.
It's control. That's it.
Yeah,
Same thing.
Unless
hold on.
women got a problem with the word unless y'all talking about sex. I just want to point that out.
Hold on, real quick. Let's entertain it. Eve, which word would you rather have? Manage?
No, we're not doing that.
Regulate,
the word is damn control. We're not giving out another word. No.
Manipulate, master, dominate, influence, restrict, handle.
She said she liked dominate, so let's just dominate and control.
What you reading?
I just gave her a list of words that mean the same as control.
Well, at the end of the day, language does matter. Language is important. Language is one of the things that separates humans from animals.
Facts.
So the way that you word things is important. And I feel like you guys want to stick on control and say, oh, no, you have to stick with that word. But I believe if you guys learn to reframe things.
What word do you want to use?
No, we're not. Right? No.
Logoria again. There you go with the logoria.
Allow her to finish, you guys.
Okay.
Allow her to finish.
If you reframe things in a way that it actually sounds appealing, I think you guys would get a lot less pushback from
We
women.
don't care about
Talking
pushback. They're gonna sit down and be quiet,
Hold on,
right?
Lego. Hold
Hold
on.
on, let go.
Some damn
Allow her to
pushback.
speak.
Yeah, we need to prescribe you some medication for this logorrhea because it's a big problem. Anyway, as I was saying, I think that we're finding that the women are recalcitrant is because you're not making it sound appealing. I want to control. I want to dominate. Like, put some sauce on
It's
it.
all your fault, Mr. Lego.
Make me want it. Make me want it. Don't just
Make me want it.
Yeah,
Okay.
make me want it. That's what you got to do.
Simmer
But
down,
no
Lego.
man-
Simmer
So
down.
you want it? So you're saying like the men who, if they do want to come in aggressively, because women receive it differently, like they might think like Eve, it's better to finesse it.
Exactly.
wait,
Finesse.
no.
Have some finesse.
That's why men finesse y'all, cause it can't be direct.
There is no man that
Exactly.
there is no man that is a leader or has control that says that. What are you talking about? They're not gonna come to you and be like, give me control. You must do what I say. A man that is a leader don't have to ask all that. They just gonna have it because you already know. No one's talking about it. That's why I'm trying to be confused with this whole conversation.
But I think like in this space, we find a lot of men that don't have that. And they're angry because they don't have that and they're upset. So all I'm doing is prescribing something for those men who are having trouble being able to find a woman to submit to them. Maybe you just got.
Well, that's probably because they're not the men that they think they are. Because
Right.
the women, you shouldn't have to ask for a woman to submit. We just fall into that. Now, if you're not that, it's gonna be a battle. We can smell it on you. We can see it. It's just like men when they're looking at certain men can know if a man is a leader by looking at another man. They can tell how dominant he is. So that's the first thing. So if you upset that women aren't doing this, they're not getting on that has something to do with you and how you present yourself.
And that's
personally.
a reason why this is a conversation in the first place, because there is a huge number of men who are not finding women to submit to them. So that's the only thing that I am speaking to.
So Ray, can I?
You're talking about, like you mentioned, one type, which I get that, but not all men are like that. What about the ones that are not even being seen because they're not tall enough? What about that? What about them? They're not leaders or have control? That's what I'm trying to understand what's going on. Like, men are not even being looked at because they're not as cute, or you know how we as women, we like it to be a certain way, right? But if they're not looking like what we want them to look like, now all of a sudden we take that manhood away from them because they're not tall enough and now they can't be leaders. What about those men? Because that's majority of men actually are leaders. It's just that we're not looking at them like that because of these small factors. No. I'm not going to speak about the ones that Lucky is talking about because that's different. Because there are men that just really can't lead because they might not have that, natural ability to do it because of maybe how they were raised or whatever. But there are a lot of men that are leaders, but no one wants them. So what happens to those guys?
Well, I think for those guys, life is life. Like, we're all dealt a hand of cards that we have to deal with and work with. So yeah, there are people that are at a disadvantage because they might not look the part that a woman may like. But let's just be honest. We've all seen ugly men, short men, unattractive men with, if I may say so, bad bitches. We've all seen that. We've all seen that. When you are at a disadvantage, it is up to you. We all have disadvantages and flaws, but it is up to you to compensate for that in whatever way you can. So you got to be the most confident. You got to be extra confident to compensate for maybe not looking the part for a woman. But there are things that you can do as a man to compensate, and that's what you should do. We all have to do that.
So the one,
but why he got to get a bad bitch? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't look the part, maybe, but I get what you're saying. But to Lady Di, just if I may, that type of man, what type of woman are you looking for? Like, sometimes that's the reality that goes back to our previous conversation. You're not understanding. You got some scars that everybody can see now. So these are the things that these women may not be attracted to. They want the ugly dude that's rich. So if you the regular guy that has a regular job, the everyday Joe, you need to get you the everyday Jane. You know what I'm saying? Stop also being picky, thinking I'm this good guy. I deserve Bernice Burgos to get on my program, when we know those type of women want a certain type of man that you just aren't. So maybe it's the illusion. Maybe they're thinking that these women don't like me because of this. Maybe it's a false sense of their own reality
just like women. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could be a great guy, but what are you doing? Just like women, you could be a good woman, but if you in the house, you're not making yourself available. All those things factor in. So I think good men can get good women. I think the problem comes in is the nationality of the woman, but that's another conversation. Go ahead.
But
So Ray, I just want to say something to Ray real quick. Just like what Eve was saying, a lot of the things that, when it comes to things like control, when y'all are actually the ones that are recalcitrant to the word control, that's counterintuitive of your own nature, because at the end of the day, women want to be controlled. Women want a certain amount of order. Women want a certain amount of protection. But when you turn around and say, I don't like control, that is counterintuitive of your own female nature.
Who said that they didn't like it? It just said you have to be able to reframe the word, like that's
the specific word control. You're saying,
don't trust me. I don't have to have a man because I have a strong personality. My man has to be stronger than that. Or have a sense of like balance and understanding that that's who I am. But I need that my man to lead. So with that, I mean, tomato. Okay.
So is that somewhat of an what you're just saying? It's because you have a strong personality, you need somebody with a stronger personality. Shouldn't that go both ways, where you slow yourself down so the man? Because the thing about it is, if your personality is way up here, that means you're overcompensating for something. And the specific thing I'm saying is, don't go against your own female nature by being over this and over that. Over anything is overcompensating. That's a bad thing, right?
Who said I'm over anything? I just said I have
it.
Doesn't mean that that's over anything. That some women have more of a stronger personality than others. Some are more meek and some are more, bold with it. It doesn't mean that I'm stepping outside of my perimeters as a woman. It just means that is just who I am by personality. And so for that,
you don't think that's an overcompensation for something?
No,
just a question.
I don't know. I need a man to just be just that, because you can have a meek man, but that does it make him less than a man?
Yes,
no.
He is. Yes.
No.
A meek man is less of something. Just like it. Go ahead.
I got a question. So let's say this man meet all of these criteria or whatever it is that y'all need him: over strong, whatever, finessing, all of this stuff.
She's still gonna leave him.
Not saying that y'all wrong. Just
your damn child. Not you, but women.
What does he get out of it? Like, what's the benefit for him then talking to, like, what is the prize that he gets as a result of getting with you?
Tumbleweeds, crickets, air.
He's asking you, Eve, right?
Space.
Hey, Eve, are you there?
The new frontier.
Was that for me?
No, it was for Eve.
It's for either Eve is fine.
I'm sorry, I kind of like went somewhere else, but I think that the question was, what does a man get from me? Like, what's the prize? How am I the prize? Is that what you were saying? I was doing something else.
What's the let's say he meets all of this criteria. He knows how to finesse, and he knows how to talk to you, and he's super strong and all of this other stuff. What does he get as a result of that?
He doesn't use the word control.
He doesn't use the word control. He gets me, because with all of that, there's a lot that comes with me. I am the quintessential woman, contrary to what you guys may believe. I am. Excuse me.
That's Bruiser. It's all Bruiser.
Can you elaborate, Eve? Quintessential woman meaning what?
Yeah, I think listen. I know how to be a woman to a man, being able to provide that nurture, that safety, that love, that peace that my man would need, which is most important. Hold
on, Eve.
Hold on, real quick. Are you a Toyota or a Lamborghini?
Lamborghini, honey.
Oh my God! Why?
Yeah,
Definitely not a
Why?
Toyota. I say about a Mercedes. I'm a Mercedes.
Why?
a Mercedes what? A Mercedes what?
GLA 63.
What
Yeah.
year?
Hot Wheels
What year?
car.
Hold
The
on, hold
newest.
on. Let's let go.
I am.
Hold
I
on.
don't care.
Bro, why?
Hold
Why?
on. What year?
The 2024. Okay. Yeah.
2024 what?
Oh my God! Why can't you just want to be a Toyota?
AMG 63, honey. That's what I.
What's wrong with a Toyota?
Okay, all right, hold on. All right, so let's figure out what this GLA 63
Oh my
is
God!
like, right? Because
Why?
all right, so
Cellulite.
To be honest, I'm not a Lambo. I am a AMG 63 though.
okay, cool. I mean, I do have I got a an AMG myself personally. It's 2023, so I know what it feels like to drive one. I drive it almost every day. So if you was to equate that, like you would be the equivalent of that, what does that feel like in the form of a woman that then comes in the household of a man?
Basically, what that is, what that luxury of that woman is the luxury of that vehicle. So, yeah.
Like what? Like what? Because like we can substantiate what a guy that's strong does. He's a protector. He's a provider. He's the security blanket. You know that if anything was to ever happen, y'all always gonna be taken care of. He's a strong presence in the eyes of the children if y'all decide to have any. He shows the boy exactly what it takes in order to be able to take care of and substantiate the family. If anything was to ever happen, he'd have to go off to war and be able to fight for his country. He stands on certain principles. He's the strong presence in the mind of the daughter and being the man that you would want him to marry, right? Like her whole impression of how she sees life is going to be based off of how it is that she interacts with her father. The whole 9 yards. Like we could substantiate with over 100 different talking points of the benefits of a strong alpha man that then is the man that is going to be for you. So as a result, what does he get for all of that sacrifice, that grind, that hustle, those sleepless nights, that dedication, the protection, on the front line of anything to ever happen? He's going to be the first person in the line of fire. What does he get for that?
Well, are you saying that you don't understand what the beacon of femininity, let's say the beacon of femininity, the
No. I'm asking
There's
you.
a beacon of femininity.
Hold on, let go.
What the hell?
I'm asking you specifically, what do you provide? Because y'all said that both the man and the woman is the prize. What is in this box that I get at the end of the rainbow after I get done traveling my Lucky Charms? What do I get for that?
You get that nurturing, you get that compassion, you get that woman that is taking care of your home, you get that woman that is supporting you in all of your endeavors.
That's right.
They don't have mother.
Stop.
That's not good enough for them, Leah.
Stop. I want to summarize this. So I'm willing to put my life on the line. I get support, compassion, and nurturing.
But how can you summarize what I said when you didn't even allow me to finish? Number one, and number two,
because I was trying to clear the space for you to be able to finish because there was a lot of people talking at the same time. Okay. And you got to take into consideration that I'm a C student. I'm slow. So
okay.
Well, so I got to break it down in parts to make sure I get it all.
So I hear in this space a lot, men questioning, what do women bring to the table? What does a woman bring? What does a woman bring? And it begs the question, do you even like women? Do you even want a woman? Like, what if you can't understand what a good woman brings to the table? Maybe you and everything that you see is the beauty and what a man brings. Maybe you should be with a man. That's my
now the problem with your argument right now is I cleared the space for you to talk and you're deflecting because you're not actually answering the question anymore. The question was because that's usually what happens when a woman can't answer the question. They are like really good lawyers. They take you on this detour and then you forget where it was that you were going in the first place. But I didn't forget because I'm a C student and because I'm so slow, I'm only stuck on one thing, and that's the original question. The original question was, at the end of this Lucky Charm rainbow, what do I get?
And I was answering your question before you cut me off.
Okay.
But
you actually wasn't.
Yes, exactly. I was. I said,
go ahead, baby girl.
I said nurturing, compassion, all your endeavors, someone to bear your children and be a positive example in your children's life. I can go on, so on and so forth. You
Please,
know
please do. Please do. Go on.
Keep going.
All of those things are just mythical things. Those aren't
They're
things that you can really substantiate. So please go on with all of the rest of the
someone
things.
who takes care of your home, is that mythical?
Keep going.
Yes, no. You know why it's mythical? Because if I need nourishment, I can call DoorDash. B, if I need somebody to clean my crib, I can call Molly Maid. C, if I need support, then I can always tap into my network and my homeboys in order to ensure that we continue to go in the direction that I need to go in. And D, I never needed you in order to substantiate myself as a man in the first place. So if you're talking about support, I can get that from the friends on Xbox Live. If you're talking about nurturing, I can call the chicken and kick her out the same day, and I ain't got to hear her whine afterwards, right? I'm trying to understand, and the reason why I'm asking this question is I'm trying to understand what a prize looks like. A prize is something that's like, you know, it's a phenomenal thing that you were searching for all your life, and it's supposed to be the joy of your life. The reality is that for most men, a prize turns into a nightmare because the same thing that was supposed to be nurturing is the same thing that destroys you at the end of the day. Right? And that has nothing to do with the understanding of the nature of a woman. Understanding the nature of a woman is understanding the same thing that happened to Adam and Eve. It's the thing that can destroy your family. It's the thing that can break you apart. It's the thing that can absolutely be, because a woman is a Swiss Army knife, but she can cut you on the other side of that too. And so just because you want to substantiate all of the things that you think is good about a woman, I would then very much say to you that the thing that you're describing as the nature of a woman is a lie, because most women don't even embody the thing that you're describing. They're not nurturers. They're not good mothers. They're for the streets. They've been already fucked over by the overwhelming majority of the dudes that's in society today. And the only time that they truly start to look for a good man in which they deem themselves to be the prize is when they
overweight.
When they're already over the hill and they're not even worthy of being a wife anymore. Because a wife used to be a woman that can wear a white dress. These women need to be wearing beige, yellow, brown, and black, because they're not wives anymore. They're not the definition of what God described as a woman that is worthy of being a wife. They're not a good thing. They're tarnished. They're broken. They got trauma. They need to go to therapy. They're not the prize.
You're on your 19th dick.
The difference between a man and a woman, is the things that he go through make him stronger. When a woman goes through the trauma, she gets broken. The way that a man even has sex, he inserts, she takes. Her body is forever formed by all of the dudes and the men that she slept with. She can never unsee them.
All 19 dicks.
It's one of the reasons why we want our women to be pure. And so the way that women describe themselves is often at times misaligned with what we think a prize is supposed to look like. The thing about it is that if I went up to a vending machine or if I went into the arcade and I put my money in there, who the fuck want a used toy? Who aspires to go and get a used car off the dealership lot? That's not a prize. That's something that's been driven into the ground. I need to check the Carfax to even wonder if that thing can get me from point A to point. That ain't nurturing.
And the Carfax gonna look ugly.
CLA AMG 63. That ain't that at all. So what y'all think is the prize is probably the woman that I married because I got a virgin that's actually submissive and doing the thing that's actually best for our environment. That's something that we should look for as a helpmeet. That's something that's good for us. But what y'all describing as a prize is really a nightmare. It's the thing that's going to be the worst for you. Fellas, don't marry a single woman. And if you see a woman that's out here operating recklessly, that's representing your household recklessly.
You mean single mama, right?
I mean all women that's out here moving recklessly, that's representing themselves to not be the thing that we define as a wife. Understand that that is a reflection of your leadership. If you chose her and she out here looking bad, that's your nightmare. You're going to have to deal with her for the rest of your life. That's just a fact. That's the facts. Y'all not prizes, y'all nightmares. And often at times the prize is the thing that's the most important in the household, not the thing that they deem themselves to be great about. That's not it. That's not it.
And the sad thing about it is, Anton, they destroy as much or more than they create. So yeah, y'all bring forth life.
You was up here supporting them.
Oh.
What do you mean?
You was on their team.
I'm objective, bro. I'm
No,
always
Mr.
Because your damn mouth.
yo, let me tell you something. Women are always going to destroy not what they create, but they're going to destroy some other shit. Period.
But I thought you said you can come
But
into
you
their
was
life,
just up here saying we
put an impression
multiply
on them,
greatness.
and they can go out in the world and be successful.
I ain't never said the word greatness ever in my life. What are you talking about?
But when
Damn
Lady Di
greatness.
said we multiply, you're like, yeah, they multiply every time.
Yes. What? No. Think about this. Think about this.
Want to share the view.
Hold on, Lucky. Think about this. I said they multiply. Multiply what? What?
That was
they
your
multiply.
job to let us know.
I
You
get.
can wait to Anton
When
to
a
now
woman,
tell us.
no. When a woman multiplies, sometimes she multiplies people. Sometimes she multiplies, makes a home better. She can make things better. But sometimes
she multiplies what you give her, right?
she multiplies problems.
She multiplies what you give her.
She multiplies trauma. Well, sometimes somebody else gave her the trauma that she has, and she multiplies her own trauma, and now she turns around and adds it to another person. Now, sometimes she gets that trauma from a man, and she multiplies his trauma too. But the thing about it is, a woman is a multiplier, and this is the problem with this whole prize shit. And I'm not running around saying that the man is a prize, the woman is a prize, because it just doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound masculine to say. But to be honest with you, women aren't the prize. They are the multiplier of the actual prize. That's actually what it is. And if you get a crappy man, you're going to multiply him and become more of what he is.
I don't think it has anything to do with the man. I think it has everything to do with the woman. Because often at times I've seen women turn great men and break them.
Well, that's the problem with the man, not her.
It's not.
No, he chose her.
We live in a society.
He chose her and allowed her to come in his life to break him.
May I ask a question? May I interject? May I interject?
Because that's crazy. Go ahead.
So you said that sometimes a woman can take a great man and break him, destroy him, correct?
Absolutely. That's why feminists advocate against the updating of the family court laws that no longer serve what it is that we do in society today. Absolutely.
But I'm not finished. But
okay,
earlier
I can understand that. Yeah, I agree.
Earlier, you said the difference between men and women is the fact that men grow stronger from their experiences, and women are the ones that are broken.
Well, I didn't say that he wasn't going to recover and become greater. Often at times after
but
divorce,
that is the context in which you put it, Anton.
It's not. Often at times after
you said that though, Anton.
Here's the context.
That's why I disagree with you, Anton.
Often at times after divorce, when you look at the circumstances and how things turn out, it is a fact that even though that guy was broken, he doesn't stay broken forever. Often at times, men then recover and become much greater than the spouse that left them.
But you didn't say that part though.
But you haven't had that experience.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta let her finish. Let her finish, y'all. Let her finish.
Now, what I wanted to say, I didn't want to say much. I'm not going to keep you for too long. I'm not too long-winded. But what I will say is that trauma is something that is genderless. Yes, it is. Trauma is genderless. A lot of people in our community are suffering from trauma. A lot of us need therapy. It is not just the women. And at the end of the day, there are a lot of broken men who are destroying just as much, if not more, than the women do.
And you know that's the problem.
Speaking over me doesn't make you correct, Anton. I'm sorry.
Okay. You know, the interesting thing about that though is that every time we deal specifically with a particular issue and we say, okay, let's address it from the woman's perspective, instead of you substantiating your argument against that, you then try to turn it against men in order to try to make yourself justified in what
every time.
Yep. That doesn't make you right just because you want to put whatever it is that you're thinking you can't substantiate your argument against what we're talking about as women. When I talk to my wife and I'm kicking it and I say, hey, listen, what's going on with how it is that you was dealing with this, so on and so forth. And she say, but what about if you had a problem with that, or if that was what we was talking about, why didn't you substantiate that when you had an issue with it? Because we talking about you now. We talking about what makes a woman the prize. And y'all never truly answered the question to the point to where it would substantiate y'all being a prize. And instead of you talking about that, you want to defer over into trauma with regard to men. First of all, I don't think that men need therapy in the way that women think that men need therapy. So that's a completely different conversation. But the reality is that men often at times recover from the circumstances that they find themselves in as a result of the ways in which the policies and the standards and the family court laws that we live in today. They'll recover. They'll get remarried. They'll become financially sound. The best earning years of a man's life is in his late 50s to early 60s. Meanwhile, we're just starting to see the ramifications of all of these women that said that they want to adopt these feminist ideologies, and they're dying alone.
They all
miserable,
single,
broke. They are the ones that were most affected by the pandemic. They're going homeless. They have an astronomical amount of debt. They're miserable, and they cannot do anything about it. And that is a fact. Women often at times after divorce are 10 times worse, even though they file for divorce more than men do. They're 10 times worse off long-term than men are.
Okay, so let's just debunk this whole dying alone thing. I hear this a lot. Dying alone, dying alone, dying alone, dying alone. But the thing is, when it comes to the Black community, most of us women are going to die alone, whether we have a husband of 50 years, no matter what we do, because the life expectancy for Black men is much lower than it is for Black women. So, baby, we all dying alone. That's just what it is.
Ray, can I say something real quick? Ray,
Hold on. You're taking it out of context because you know what we mean. And usually,
inflating. Like
no. She's trying to be literal instead of taking an example because she knows what we're implying. I'm talking about unmarried for an extended period of time, nobody to support you, in the household by yourself, not a widow. We're not talking about widows. We're talking about people that fail to get married or be in a long-lasting relationship that find themselves with nobody to care for them and nobody giving a fuck about them. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. We got to move on to the next topic, y'all, because I know we've been spending too much time on here. I'll get your super chats on the back end. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Precious, Lady Di, Lucky, y'all good? All right. I want y'all to get prepared because I'm coming to y'all first. Let go. I see you, brother.
Ray is a talking point expert, and she's getting toe up here. You can't come up with all this YouTube talking point shit. Go ahead, bro.
That's all you guys have is talking points. You all say the same thing. You throw out the same stats. That's about all you guys have.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself now.
Okay. I got to put this last topic in before the meet. I'm sorry. I just got to put it in there real quick. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel again, and I'm gonna get those super chats on the back end. But moving on to our next topic, I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip.
Hey, I'm open to bringing another person in because I read an article where a woman and her husband had an open relationship and it saved their marriage.
Wow.
Because she had a very high sex drive. The husband had a very low sex drive, but she wanted to bring in another person and it saved their marriage.
There you guys go. Can an open relationship help fix a relationship? Can an open relationship help fix a relationship? I'm going to go to you, Lucky. Then I'll go to Lady Di, then Precious.
Repeat the actual question, Ken.
Can an open relationship help fix a relationship?
Not if one partner who wants the open relationship is the only one that wants the open relationship. I think what helps fix the relationship is what two people agree on. So if it's not within the agreement to now have an open relationship, what are you working on in the open relationship that's going to fix your current monogamous relationship? So I think if it's more in the context of I need to bring in another person, like another woman, because that person takes this job, I take this job, and that's what they're into, then I think that now they're entering into a new way of a relationship, not necessarily fixing the first one, if that makes sense. So I think that a relationship can only be fixed based on what those two people agree upon in those conditions. If one person thinks I'm just going to go get another partner or I want to make it open, usually that's the man that wants that. Women don't really want open relationships. But if the man thinks it's better to have an open relationship, is usually because he feels like he's not getting everything from that said woman. He wants something else or in addition, in my opinion. Bye.
All right, go ahead, lady there.
So, so with that, I believe that when you have an open relationship, it's like what Lucky was saying, is I don't think it's fixing the issue. Just like when some people believe having a baby is going to fix the marriage. It ain't fixing nothing. You just putting shit on top of shit. So I think with open relationship, there's two things that can happen. One, the other person could start to become lazy because there's an extra person now. So, oh, I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that, which could make the relationship worse. Or it could be like a shared thing. This person is good at that, and the other lady is good at this particular thing, and they make it work out. And sometimes it could be an insecurity issue because some women naturally like to compete. So if you have an extra woman with you, you're like, okay, well, I have to step my game up because she looks extra cute today. So now you're like, okay, well, this is going to make me be a better wife. Okay, if that works for you, sure. But, I don't think that that should be saving it. It should be something that you should have been doing already. When you're married, you should always make yourself look or be a certain way regardless. It shouldn't be another woman making you be a certain way. So it depends on how you look at it. I like what Lucky said about if the couple agrees to doing something and they both could work on it, maybe it could be okay. But then it's still dangerous at the same time because it really just depends. Because women naturally not going to be like, yeah, I want another person to come in. So he's going to initiate it and you're just going to agree because you don't want your marriage to end. But just be careful with that and just do your part regardless.
All right, Precious, what are your thoughts about that? Can an open relationship help fix a relationship?
I don't think so. In the video, did he say that the woman had a high sex drive and the man had a low sex drive? And that's why they brought somebody in? I forget which one had the low sex drive. All in all, we don't have to play it again, but all in all, maybe you just picked wrong. Or maybe you need to figure out what's going on within the relationship and fix what's going on within the relationship instead of bringing someone outside, a whole nother being from the outside into your relationship, especially for sex purposes. Just because sex is so spiritual. So to bring somebody else into your monogamous relationship to make it better, it sometimes can be like an oxymoron because you don't know what you're bringing in. You don't know what type of person you're bringing in. And even if you do vet that person to be compatible with everybody else, with the other two people in the relationship, sexually, again, you don't know what you're bringing into your relationship. And then you run into the things that Lady Di was talking about. Well, she looked better now. And now comparison becomes the thief of joy in your relationship because you're bringing somebody else in it instead of just fixing whatever is going on in your relationship, or you two just not being the people for each other.
Okay. Go ahead.
So now we're stepping into my realm because this is actually what I do. A part of my work is helping monogamous couples go into a polyamorous lifestyle. And two things I want to say. Number one, sometimes libidos are mismatched. It's nothing that we can do about it. It's nothing that we can fix. Sometimes just biologically, someone has a higher sex drive than another. There's nothing that we can change about that. You could be in love with the person. You can connect with them on every level, but just sexually, you're mismatched. Another thing is, you cannot use polyamory or an open relationship to fix a relationship. You have to be moving from a place of being healed in order to get to that place where your relationship is open or has another person. You cannot bring a person into something that is broken. That is the totally wrong way to approach polyamory. And that's just my opinion.
Go ahead.
historically, open relationships got us all here with our grandfathers taking care of families, but when you went to the funeral, you found out you had other brothers and sisters, and your father had other women in his lives, and he might have stepped out for peace, because essentially a lot of men will sacrifice their feelings, their peace, and their happiness to keep their family together and just step out for peace if he's not getting peace from the woman. And not just to put it on woman, even if he's happy with the woman. I think some men a lot of men naturally want multiple women. But I believe a lot of times when women are looking for polygamous relationships or open relationships, it's typically using men as fillers until they find a man they can be monogamous for. They really don't typically respect the people they're in relationships with. They just use them till they find the man they're really looking for. And dating wise, open relationships, I think it's really messy when people are just using it as sexual gratification. It says a lot about what's going on with the male or the female, typically the female, because we know sex shows a man's value. But if someone's trying to have an open relationship to build on a marriage and to really build on families, and it's typically, like I'm saying, a man has to be the center of that. With women, I can see it. Open relationship could create can fix relationships.
All right, go ahead, Bruce.
Bruce done fell asleep.
Can y'all hear me? No, I'm good.
You asleep?
No.
Turn the light on, bro.
So turn your mouth off. Anyway, I mean, I don't believe anything is being fixed or repaired in this situation. I think it's simply serving a sexual fetish in reference to the video that was played. I didn't hear anything about the ladies tag teaming them damn dishes or teaming up on some meals. They tag teaming that dick. That's what they doing. So I don't think anything is getting fixed. I think over time it's just gonna still have the same issues. Now he's got to please. He's got a low sex drive. Now he got to please two women. He already going through hell trying to please one.
The women can please each other.
But then what's that gonna do? Make her just completely look to her for sexual pleasures and just cancel you out?
Not at all.
And since you're the expert, how does the scenario play out since you're the expert?
Why can't she have both of them? The man and the woman to pleasure her. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I didn't say you just threw a wrench in the whole goddamn. You need to be a moderator in the chat. What I'm saying, Rhea, is if this man has a low sex drive, he can't please this woman because hers is higher. You said I got mismatched libido or some shit. Or Doritos, what did you say? So this dude goes out, she goes out of this house and recruits another woman to be able to compensate for what he can't do, right? So isn't his sex, we all deteriorate, we all get worse over time, right? He's gonna be completely out of it. What's gonna happen in that case? How is this gonna play out?
So you're saying what happens if he reaches a point where he no longer wants sex at all?
Right. I mean, he has a. So what? Her coming into the household. How does that mean that his sex drive is going to be elevated? Is that what?
No, I'm not saying his sex drive is going to be elevated. What I'm saying is that the woman that comes into the relationship can take over some of that workload. And yes, she can still be intimate with her husband and enjoy it and love it, but it will be relieving pressure.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I get it. So the other woman is just going to come in there and compensate for where I'm lacking.
In a sense.
But if she's going to do that, if she's going to come in here and put some work in on my wife, she also going to have to go get a 9-to-5 and pay some of these damn bills.
Nothing wrong with that.
Understandable.
Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, if we can draw up a plan in the deal, because hey, look, you're gonna have access to something of mine, you're gonna have to provide and protect too.
Wait, oh my God.
So, and Rhea, you talking about two women and a man specifically, like, right? Not two men and a woman.
Currently, I'm speaking about two women and a man, but I am an advocate for both, however you want to do it.
I mean, how were you able to convince people that never had any conversation about it, like a husband and wife that never ever talked about it?
But they come to her for that. So.
Yeah,
Mr. Lego, the expert on everything, ain't you?
Thank you, Lego.
I'm just asking Mr. Lego the question. And maybe
I got your back, Ray. I got your back, Ray.
Oh, she one of yours?
What? Oh my God.
No, Ray. We don't mean about that.
No. She's not. I just met her today.
Early.
Hold on, wait. This,
No, I don't.
do
I
you
don't know
got
her.
brand new tires, Rhea?
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna mute myself.
Because this man will eat your ass and give you some
Yo.
good year.
Bro, I don't know her. I never
That
met
don't matter.
Ray.
Let go. You know that don't matter. You know that don't matter. Let go. Don't even do that. Don't even do that. You know that don't matter.
No,
I'm trying to figure out how you keep your teeth that white after doing it.
What is wrong with this dude?
You know it is when they laughing too damn hard.
Oh my
When they laugh
god,
hard like that, they got memories.
no, I never met her. No, she's not up under me.
Yeah.
You up under her. That's what it is.
Y'all hilarious. But no, I got raised back. She was conflating earlier, but I think she is kind of like in line now.
Am I back on the right page for you?
Yeah, you're back on the right
Your
page.
shoot shot game is so trash.
Got your back.
It don't make no sense.
Huh?
You be all giggly, and then you be like, "Yeah, you know, she's cool." You know,
I'm not
Just
shooting
like-
my shot.
I ain't
Lucky.
gonna.
Yes, he is.
So I'm
We
shooting
all
my
see
shot.
it. Y'all
Lucky
see it.
see
Here
it.
we see
I
it.
see it, Lucky.
We see it.
I'm not shooting
We
my
the
shot.
cousins. We the cousins. You shouldn't have bought to the
Getting
box.
the candy shot.
Y'all are insane. Y'all
Oh
are.
my god.
Look at him twirling in the chair.
She already got a man and a woman.
Right, she already got a man, Lucky.
I got a
Winding the
man.
damn
Wait,
earphone
let me
cord.
correct that. I got a man and 2 women, not one.
I
Right.
do wanted to ask Rhea, in a polyamorous relationship, does the man
It's the
take
world we
care
live
of
in, y'all.
both women, or do the women help take care of the same household? Like everybody is like, I guess that wouldn't be 50-50.
Like
wouldn't
30.
be-
That would be more like 33.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
it
he
depends on-
he doesn't pay more. They like, how does that work? The percentages, like,
well, so my personal opinion is that if you can't afford multiple women, if you are broke, you don't need multiple women. That's
Yep.
my personal opinion.
Right.
But there are people that structure it different ways. There are people that have households where all the women are contributing equal to the man. And who am I to tell them that that's wrong? That's just not my personal preference.
Hey, Rhea, do you think women are going to have to share?
Do I think women are going to have to share?
Yeah.
we
I think
already-
that's what the world coming to?
No, I don't think anybody has to do anything but stay black and die. But
Stay black and not have a man.
well, according to Anton, are we
yeah,
black? Wrong.
is polyamory going to be a lot more prevalent in the future? Absolutely, I believe.
That's all I was.
Okay, let me go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let me go ahead and transition to the next topic real quick. If you haven't already, hit the like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. I got a clip I'm gonna play. Did you guys hear about Aisha Curry and Steph Curry having an open relationship?
Somebody said something about it on King Talk, I think.
Joke.
Yeah, I heard they shut down the rumors, but I mean, who knows? I'll go ahead and play this clip.
That it was me and you, then we agree that it's me and you. And if you can be disciplined in all the other areas in your life, you need to be disciplined in that too. If you can be disciplined and make sure you make that bag, you need to be disciplined enough to not cheat on me or to tell me if you want to another bitch.
Come on.
That's the agreement we signed up for.
Come on. Yeah.
So I understand that comes with it, but I also understand you need to be a man and know how to articulate yourself and be able to say, babe, we both know what this come with. I'm struggling. Don't tell me that it's me and you. And then look at me like, yeah,
Well, you
knew
knew
this
what
shit.
came with it. No, you said.
That, no.
You're lying.
No.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Because then if that's the case, then don't ever complain about being tired. Don't ever complain about in a boardroom because you knew what come with it.
Yeah.
Because you knew what came with
Yeah.
it.
Ooh.
Don't ever say that. Don't ever say that to
Yeah.
me. Don't ever say to me about posting how I look on Instagram and a comment. You knew what came with that.
No, because let's expand. Because we don't do that. When you sit up here and you'll have a man that says, I make all this money and I do all this and I do all that. You know women come with it. You know come with it. Yeah. Right, but then you also wanted a very attractive, successful woman. And do you know what comes with that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ooh, she ate on that one.
I'm gonna say, let me guess, all of them is single and don't have a husband.
Ali, I'm going to go to you first. Does cheating come with success?
It depends on what you define as success. So, I mean, are you an entertainer? Does that deem you success? Are you a singer, a family man? Did you change yourself? Were you a felon and you changed your life? It depends on what we see as success. I think who a person is essentially before even engaging in a relationship determines if he'll be a cheater or he won't be a cheater. I think this is more so we need to address the fact, though, it really don't matter what the women think in this process. It really does matter what you think, but in understanding what a man wants. If you're dealing with a man who's a certain caliber guy who can't get other women, you know that's who you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a man who can get certain women, you know what comes with that territory. So a lot of times I see so much women with such vigor speaking on men and how men should move for them, and there's no relationships being established, instead of acknowledging what a real man is and working towards that man and establishing healthy, successful relationships. If we're going to deem what's successful, all these talking, if like Raya was saying, with no disrespect to Raya, women are having their talking points, men are having have their talking points, but relationships we're not having success in relationship department because the women are not serving men. They want men to serve them, and essentially when the men are serving them, the relationship is over because a woman cannot respect the man she can conquer or rule.
All right.
I totally disagree with Ali. Just
what part did you disagree with?
Everything.
Well, first off, I wanted to say it's vigor, Ali, not vigor, because I want you to be looking smart out here. But I think a lot of men, especially what we call high value men, need to be more honest about their desire to have multiple women. I think if you're able to be strong in every other aspect of your life and living your truth, you should be able to say, hey, babe, I love you, but I don't want it to be just you. I want an open polyamorous relationship. And I mean, if you're a high value man, you have that leverage to be able to do that. So I just think a lot of men need to be more honest about their desires.
All right, go ahead, Lucky. What are your thoughts about it? Does cheating comes with success?
I think it does. I think cheating comes with success based on, well, I think comes in not based on gender. I think in general, I think when people have access to things they're not used to, they can get overexcited. They might want to indulge in things like that if they're not, like the clip said, disciplined. So I think that most of the time we're talking about dynamics of relationships with men that are more successful and this and that and the other. Like she said in the clip, she compared it to a successful woman. I never heard of a successful woman just having successful men lined up wanting to be with her because she was successful, as though the same way as men. So because men have that, they want their pick of the litter. They're going to want to indulge. They're going to want to have their multiple girlfriends. There's a lot of people we can mention in that we see all the time that have multiple girlfriends and they're just on a payroll. That's just what they want to do. So I never seen a woman who has this much money have a bunch of boyfriends on a payroll because that's just what she wants. It's normally not nothing that we want. We don't want to have multiple men, even a hoe. Like, she don't want multiple men necessarily. She would be okay if she had one man that was a value that she laid next to. Now, men, it's a little bit different because you could be the woman that they want. You could be the main woman, but they also like this person for this reason. They also want her for this reason. So I think that it does come with being successful because then you have more access. But I think it goes back to last week. I think when me and Anton was having a conversation about, does he choose to indulge in those type of things? I think that makes a difference. But if he does, and she's with that man, you're with that man because you know a lot of women are looking at that same man. You're not with him like Lady Di because nobody wants him. Because then if you didn't care about him having exercise and all those options, it's like what Ali say. Why not get with the man that you know can't get all these women? If you care so much about loyalty and faithfulness and all of that, you want the man that's going to keep you in constant competition. So yes, it comes with that. And you should understand that that is a possibility that could happen.
Go ahead, Lady Di. Go ahead, Ali. You want to respond?
Does Mr. Lego, he was nodding his head agreeing with that.
Yeah, I was agreeing with that. I got you whenever it comes to me.
That's okay, Mr. Lego.
Look, he wasn't know how I disagree with him.
That's so crazy. She literally said what Ali said.
No, it wasn't.
Hey, thank you so much, Lucky.
Go ahead, Lady Di. What are your thoughts about it? Does cheating come with success?
It's like when it comes to this cheating thing and you have options, I mean, that's depends on the man. I can't really per se speak on that because every man is different. Some men don't want multiple anything because they want to have multiple types of business. They'll indulge in different, things. And then some men, just because they have the access to it, they want to just pick it. But I mean, all men, let's say would want multiple women regardless if they have money or not. So I don't think it has anything to do with success. It just has everything to do with the man. So
Okay. The Real Precious. What are your thoughts about it? Does cheating come with success?
I think dignity should come with success. I forget who it was. It was a guy who said that when he evaluates, new prospects, he'll take them out to lunch. And if he sees that the guy is looking around at other women, he knows that's not a good prospect for his business because he's not going to be focused. He's not going to be, focused on the mission, or there is a possibility that he will lose focus from the mission. Success does bring about access to different options, but I think if you want to hold success, you want to continue to be successful, you're not going to allow cheating to be the thing that, crumbles your empire.
All right. Go ahead, Bruce.
You can hear me? Testing. Y'all can hear me?
Good testing.
All right. So a man who values his success is not going to risk everything he worked for over, getting some cheeks behind his woman's back. A man who values his success is going to establish communication with the woman he's with in order to maintain trust and honesty in the relationship.
Are those cheeks?
That's JR.
JR.
Somebody got cheeks? What's going on with the cheeks?
That's JR, man. He don't got no sound effects, so he got to do them manually. The problem,
but those were
women,
cheeks, though. I know cheeks when I
Those
hear
were
cheeks.
his hands. Stop it. What in the hell?
The problem with women is that they don't bring anything to the table substantial enough to dictate whether a man can or cannot exercise his options. You're not a virgin, you're Asian, and oftentimes you bring kids into the deal. Until you can separate yourself from that criteria, I don't see how you could fix your mouth to even have any complaint or any sway.
JR, what are you doing, bro?
Man, go ahead, man. Y'all got it.
He pulling the let go. He's showing you what you be doing. Let go.
We heard you, Bruiser.
We got you, Bruce. I don't know what JR was doing.
I'm just sitting there chilling, man.
He's just here so he don't get fined.
Go ahead, Bruce. I was listening. Go ahead. I was waiting.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, Anton.
Are we talking about cheating? Never mind. Go ahead.
Cheeks.
I was gonna confuse y'all.
What's going on?
Somebody was in your house.
That
Clapping
wasn't
cheeks.
me.
Those are cheeks.
Like everybody. No,
I could tell cheeks. Those were not hands.
That was a man's cheek, Miss Lego. You gonna get catfished again, bro.
All right. So look, first of all, cheating is dysfunctional. Just like, and the reason why I disagree with Ali is because Ali was saying that women shouldn't talk about what men are doing. Women have to talk about what they want. And what they are saying in the video is if a man says he wants to be or will be true to the woman, he has to live up to what he said. Going back to Ray, she is like, if he wants to have multiple women, he has to say it with his chest and be real and say, hey, this is what I want. So the thing about it is both. If a man wants something, he has to say it. But if he says, I want to be true to you and not cheat, he can't cheat because that's what he said. So as far as men go, we have to be bold enough, real enough, successful enough, because we talk about successful men cheat. Successful men don't have to cheat. Cheating is dysfunctional. And going back to what Precious said, if a man is a business person and he's running around cheating on his wife left and right, he is not a good person to work with because at the end of the day, he's cheating. If you got money,
hold on, Lucky, real quick. Who says don't give a damn about women? What women think? What women think don't matter, and women are children. Who says that?
I said that.
So what you talking about? Let go. You just contradicted yourself.
Do women were see, the thing about it is, and this is the context.
Yeah, give me the context.
Women were talking to other women about what men or what they want men to do. They weren't saying a man need to make 6 figures, a man need to do. They just simply saying that, hey, if a man says this, he needs to live up to that. That is an integrity thing. It's not he needs to make 6 figures and he needs to take care of me. It was an integrity thing. So that's the thing why it's important for women to have more integrity conversations and not more high value man conversations. That type of conversation that they were just having, you barely ever hear because they always talk about all this dumb shit. So I see that as something that is worthy of listening to because women set the marketplace. And when women are actually, and this is, think about this, Ali.
I thought men set the market.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me say this, Ali. When women turn around and say, hey, I want men to do this, and it's not crazy, because usually the women have unreasonable expectations.
Help him.
Hey, he's just right here, and all I want him to do is do this. We cool with that. It's just never that. It's always, I want the man to be 6'12" and make $1 million a year. It's all I want you to do is not cheat. Say what you mean and mean what you say. We cool with that, but it's just never that. And that is the reason why I disagree with you in this particular situation, because finally some women literally said some things that were not some outer space crazy shit. Just don't cheat. Or either if you want to cheat or you want to have that type of lifestyle, tell me and I may be okay with it.
You don't
That's all I'm
think
saying.
that could be an outrageous question to a successful man?
What do you mean?
Okay, a man who is used to, who can have any woman he wants, right? That's
Mhm.
what we're talking about. We deem success in cheating.
Mhm.
If he can have any woman he wants and he's used to it,
Mhm.
and this woman comes in and she is Miss One, next one, 15 coming, right? If she is an abundance of a woman and she is saying, I just want you to be faithful, are you saying this said successful man that's used to, when he go in this city, he's experiencing her, he's just used to this lifestyle, he's going to change it because he understands that she's making clear guidelines and boundaries and telling him, if you want to be with me, you can't cheat on me? You're saying like he's going to just say, okay, that's all I wanted to hear?
Well, what he's going to do, he's going to make a decision. Because I'm going to tell you, if a woman stands on her just 10 toes down and say, hey, I'm not worrying about everything else going on out here. The day you cheat on me, it's a wrap. I don't care who, what, when, where, how. You cheat on me, it's a wrap. Now, if you don't want to deal with the divorce and all this other stuff, because I'm going to tear your whole life up, you cheat on me. If you don't want to deal with that, you could be with somebody else. But the day you cheat on me, it's going to be a problem. He can make a concerted effort to say, you know what, I'm this type of guy, or either I ain't dealing with that because I want to be able to play it around. And he can just turn around and just go about his business, be with somebody else.
Or get a prenup.
Because the thing about it is, men and women be lying. And that's the thing. If a man can say it with his chest and a woman can say what she has to say with her chest, we can actually either be together and be real with each other, or don't be with each other. Women people please because she doesn't want to either start over or she doesn't want that man to look at her as unfavorable. So she's lying. Oh yeah, you know, she ain't gonna say it with her chest and say, if you do this, she ain't gonna do that. And the dude ain't gonna say what he wants to say with his chest because he's somewhat worried about the same damn thing in some other way. I think if men and women were more real with each other, I think relationships would be more galvanized because they had these conversations in the beginning. A man that's successful who wants to sleep around tells his woman, hey, I'm going to want to sleep with other women every now and then. I'm going to pay all the bills. I'm going to love you. We're going to have our family. But I'm letting you know right now, every now and then, I'm going to want some ass on the side. Are you okay with that or no? And then she could say yes or no. Go ahead, Precious.
I was just going to say that goes back to the clip that we did, I think last Thursday. If women can handle that truth.
Yeah.
You know, that has to, that you have to be able to come to the table up front in the beginning about that. And, you know, that's for that individual couple. But I just, you know, still think you should have some integrity and dignity while being successful.
So let me ask you a question. What makes you more, or what gives you more integrity? Is it the fact that you're being honest about what it is that you want to do? Or is it what you represent in the eyes of your kids or your daughter and your son, as far as what you want your daughter to marry and what you want your son to become?
It's both, right?
Important? Which one is more important?
Having integrity versus having integrity?
Is it being a representation of the thing that you want the people to follow? Or is it about being honest about who you are to the person that you, or being honest about your desires to the person that you want to be with?
So the first thing is maintaining an image, is what you're saying?
No,
because that's what it sounds like.
It's not about
I'm gonna maintain an
actually
image.
being
I think
that person
I'll take
for
the
others to follow.
The first one.
Yeah.
Because
So the
if
honesty is more important, or is the kids?
no,
more
the
important?
first one you said
the
was
kids.
being the thing that you want to represent and you want people to see. So that comes with integrity. That means you stand on principles
You
and
stand
nothing,
on it, right?
nothing can waver. You're gonna always choose your principles.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Right,
think
so if that's the case, then why are we only having a conversation based off of being honest?
Well,
Because in everything
That part, that's the integrity, being honest.
Okay.
Say it with your chest,
Are y'all
lady.
always
Say it with your
honest
chest,
about
guys.
the fact that you don't necessarily show up to work on time, but you still want to get paid? Are we always honest about the idea that we doing every single thing that we supposed to do in life, whether it's with our employer, whether it's with your friends? Were you honest? Were the women honest about the fact that they was talking about their friend and that she was an ugly bitch when she was behind her back? Like, because we selectively use honesty in order to justify bad behavior. And just because you honest about doing some shit does not make it right. That does not make it good just because you honest about it or you upfront about it or you say that's what you want to do. That don't make you a good person just because you honest about it. It just makes you
have integrity,
transparent about being a fuckboy, right? And so
But it gives the other person an opportunity to make a decision on whether they want to deal with a fuckboy or not, and that's integrity.
It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck about what they think. I am going to be a reflection of the thing that I would advocate for other people to be, because then that makes me a hypocrite if I'm not. It's not just about being honest. Honesty is just one layer. The
Anton,
other
what are you
side of
talking
it
about?
is no. Y'all talking about being honest with somebody else. I'm talking about
somebody else.
Being
Who is the
honest
else?
I'm talking about being honest with yourself as far as looking in the mirror and trying to figure out, are we assholes? Just because you honest about the fact that you're an asshole don't make you any less of an asshole, is what I'm saying. And so how I live my life is that I want to be a reflection of the thing that I would want my daughter to marry. It doesn't matter just because I'm being honest. That don't make me any less of an asshole. So what I'm saying is, the thing that makes us so broken is that we're trying to reconfigure what life is supposed to be like, as far as having strong households, as far as being great advocates, phenomenal for the people that we coaching and being in our community, and then standing on good principles. Just because I'm honest about the fact that I want something don't mean it's good for me and my family.
What does this have to do with integrity, bro? I'm so confused.
Because integrity is not the end of the conversation, is what I'm saying. Just because you're honest about it don't mean it's good for you. And that's just a short-sighted part of the conversation, is what I'm saying.
But just take this one part. I literally said, be honest so the other person cannot start a family with you. So that will change the narrative of the children, right?
What about you shouldn't be even getting in a position to start a fucking family if you even want to be in that position in the first place, is what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is just be real so the other person can have a good understanding of what's going on. And that's what the woman was saying in the video.
So Anton, are you because I'm trying to bring it to understand where you're at.
Yeah, we all confused.
So it says, does cheating come with sex? Are you looking at cheating?
What I'm saying is cheating happens across the board.
Yeah,
whether you're successful, whether you're unsuccessful, all of that, right? And the conversation that I see being had is justifying what it is that you want to do by saying and being upfront about what you want to do. And the short-sighted part of the conversation that we're not having is facing ourselves in the mirror and saying, would we want this to be the thing that we want our daughter to marry? And do we want our sons to be a reflection of what this is that we live in our life like?
We're not missing that. We're not missing that. What we're doing is we're not justifying it. We're just saying
that, hey, every single person
not justifying
every single person on this panel was saying, as long as I'm up front, you need to be real. All of this. And I'm saying that the way that we're operating, we haven't even figured out how to fucking master one relationship, and we already trying to import other people into it.
We didn't say that though.
That's not what the context of the
this is a topic.
Right.
It's a video.
What topic have we not crossed tonight and every other fucking week in which we don't mine out other aspects of it after we talk about the main part of the topic?
You're right. You're right about that. We do.
We go down a rabbit hole for every other topic. Now y'all want to keep it on the topic when I start talking about it.
No, I'm saying the way you're coming at the conversation was misleading, because if we're thinking of the context of a relationship and you come in here talking about different aspects of a successful or just a person cheating in life.
Anton, you jump on soapboxes sometimes, and we
no, I'm right. I'm a fucking preacher, and I'm a reflection. I'm fucking perfect when it comes to a reflection of how we're supposed to operate within the Black community from a family perspective.
So let me ask you this question.
Anton, go ahead.
If you got people that care about you, that depend on you, that rely on you on a day-to-day basis, and you personally want or desire to make a decision that could cause harm to somebody else, isn't it the noble thing or the polite thing to do is to let them know, hey, look, I'm going to carry out these tasks that could be detrimental to you.
I don't think that's what
I'm going to give you the opportunity to remove yourself from the harm.
Or shield yourself from it.
You asking me?
I'm asking you that question.
No, I'm saying that you already fucked up. And I don't think that that's the solution. I think that saying that is the coward's way out. Right?
Oh my God.
Saying what?
I don't care if you get emotional about it. I'm going to add the context.
See, now Precious confused. You had Precious. You just lost Precious.
I think it's the coward's way out because you're trying to justify what you're going to do. What I think that
we're trying to give you
a decision, not
justification. Or y'all want to fucking talk over me?
That seemed like a warning.
You want me to explain it, or
what
you want
the
to talk
hell?
over me?
Go ahead.
I think that once you already get yourself in a relationship, because you didn't fucking have this conversation before you decided to get in a relationship. You have it.
I said have it.
Y'all, okay. I'm gonna let y'all get off. I sat here quietly and I let every single person get their point off. You asked me a question and I'm giving you the context. I'm gonna let y'all get it off and then I'm gonna answer the question afterwards. Go ahead.
No, Mr. Lego,
let him have the conversation in the beginning.
Cut him off. Mr. Lego, don't cut him off. Let him answer. He sat here quiet.
Anton, I mean, I see they're cutting you off, right? Are you trying to say that people are being honest about something that doesn't even represent something that's good for the community? It don't matter.
I'm saying that we all talking about, and see, this is the problem, and this is why I'm an equal accountability smoke giver, and I don't just hold women accountable, I hold men accountable. If we gonna say that men are the leaders of our community, and women are supposed to submit to us, and women are supposed to follow us, and they supposed to shut the fuck up, and Mr. Lego, I seen you say control, 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 literally 100 different times tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That means you then have to be responsible of how you're affecting other people. If you want them to, if you want complete control, That means you have to operate with a level of integrity, and you have to literally take into consideration every single thing that you do that affect everybody that's under your coverage.
Yes, men are
And I'm saying that
responsible
by
for
the
women.
time you already put her in a position to be under your covering, it's too late. Ain't no turning back. You can't put them kids back up in her. You can't undo the things that you did. You took vows on an altar. You made a promise before God. Your word is all that you have. And so to try to reconfigure it after you've already got this person under your covering is a coward's way out. I'm saying that you live and die off the thing that you commit to from the first day that you said, I do. And that's the way that you control the situation. That's the way that you have covering. You become the thing that you would want your daughter to marry and your son to become.
But
And so
did I
that's
not
the
say
meaning.
that though?
What
Anton?
I'm saying is that if you go to that point, that's the coward's way out, because the way in which you're supposed to operate as a man, if we really, really want to be the controller of our household, because the woman is at that point, the woman then becomes a reflection of the man. So if she out here looking fucked up, if she out here doing dumb shit, if she out here with other men or other women and shit, that's a reflection of a weak ass man, in my opinion. That
All I'm
dude
saying,
he ain't really controlling his household, and he ain't really operating in his purpose to where he then set the standard for how things are supposed to go afterwards. He's already let the double creep in. He's already let all of this wild shit that we then allow for things to come into our communities, and then we try to reconfigure it to make it work according to whatever it is that we feeling at that particular time, and then we justify it by saying, but I was honest about it. No, the devil was honest when he said that, yo, I'm gonna go and touch Job, or I'm about to go and do this, or I'm about to go. He didn't lie to God and said that he was gonna do it. It didn't make him any less of the devil. He just was honest about what he was about to go and fuck up. He said, I've been traveling to and from throughout the earth, and I identified this person, and he's gonna turn against you. It didn't make him any less of the devil. So what I'm saying is that if we're going to be men and we're going to hold women accountable, and we're going to say they got to submit, and we're going to have complete control, then we're going to have a level of discipline. And that's what makes you a man. It's doing a thing you don't want to do when you don't want to do it. Nobody said that you don't want to fuck another chick. Nobody said that you don't want to do this. But is that the best thing for everybody else that's up under you? What about the people that work for you? What about your reputation? What about your daughter? What about her? She gonna look for a man that she sees her father as being. That's the shit that means something to me.
Anton, I just need to say this. Bruiser said that. Precious said that. Ali said that. Everybody said the same thing. I said
didn't.
that. Yes,
Nobody
I did.
ever mined this part of the conversation out at all.
Bruiser said the specific thing what you just said.
He didn't.
You see? Okay.
Can I ask
you said I want to be honest with her, but again, everybody is talking about retroactively after you already in a relationship or you married.
I said in the beginning. I said say it with your chest in the beginning.
As well.
Okay.
But it's getting late. Like it's 1:30.
Oh, now it's getting late. It's getting hot.
I gotta get up early in the morning.
Now it's getting late.
Go ahead, it's almost 2:00 in the morning.
Okay, so first thing I wanted to say is that polygamy is cultural. It's something that is in our history. It's something that is still practiced in certain parts of the world, especially in the part of the world that we as Black people come from.
And it can work.
And I just have a question for you, Anton. Do you think monogamy, being with one woman sexually, romantically for the rest of your life, is realistic for the average man?
Yes.
I would have to disagree with you there. But with that, I'll mute myself.
It depends on what the couple wants and what they agree on in the beginning. And that was my whole point. Whether you want to do this or whether you want to do that. Because when you start setting the foundation and you start going in a direction, which what you said, Anton, that is what you both choose to do. That's why I said, say it with your chest.
No, that's what
men
I
and
chose
women.
to do because I control access to marriage.
All I'm saying is just be real
Ain't no
with your
partnership.
mate.
It's a dictatorship.
All I'm saying is be real with your mate. Because the thing about it is, as a man, I'm saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. As a woman, you got to be real and say, I don't want to go because I don't like going in that direction. The woman picks the bus that she wants to go on. And she needs to be real with herself and say, nope, I don't want to go on this bus. I want to go on that bus. Because women pick the type of man that they want to be with. She gives access to sex. We give access to marriage. But the bottom line is, a woman can easily say, I don't want to get on that bus. I don't want to go where you're going. I don't want to do that. But the bus needs to tell you where it's going on the side of the bus.
Part of the relationship prior to getting married.
Well,
say it again.
How many people introduce this as a part of the relationship before they start to commit or they get married?
Very few.
Depending on the situation.
Very few.
There's no way to
Not many.
substantiate that.
Very
Let's
few.
be real.
Can I say something?
Let's be real. Not many.
Hold on, we talking about successful man, or we just talking about an average man?
Successful man.
Because the topic was about cheating comes with success.
Most men aren't honest about that. They
I would
believe
say-
they run the woman
I
off.
would say
Are
a
successful men
that
honest
value
about
his-
that?
I think no. I mean, I don't think a lot of successful men are honest about it either. No, they think
Even
they
if
run
they
the woman
ain't
off because it's the pressures of society. That it's not promoted.
Oh, dang, what?
I think it's all.
It's not promoted
I don't
or
think there's a
endorsed.
number. If there's some data that represents that, I would be shocked. But I can't go out on a limb and say that out of my mouth and say successful man don't be up in front and honest especially if they appreciate the things they value, the revenue they built, the millions.
You say they
of
are or
dollars
they not?
built. I'm saying that I fundamentally believe they are. I think
Thank
in
you.
order to protect their assets, I
Thank
think if they're smart enough and they're exceptional enough to climb, to that level that most men can't get to, I think they also encompass the fucking.
He can't allow
intelligence
ambiguity.
to make the right decision with women.
Let me ask you.
You can't have no ambiguous life where nobody knows what their role is because you ambiguous with your own life. That's crazy. What made you successful?
And what Bruiser is saying, most of the men that are at that level, they don't just have an abundance of different women just all the time. Usually, if they are cheating, it's that same said woman. You know what I'm saying? So,
And there's an understanding.
I mean,
let me ask you a question.
That's all I'm saying.
What's at the forefront of the fall of every great man?
A woman.
His lack.
Hold on, what'd you say, Precious? His what?
I said coochie.
Coochie.
I said
Lucky said something about lack.
Yeah, because we can say it's her, but he has to make the choice. So it was him and his decision.
A marriage without a
I like that.
agreement.
His decision and not a woman. Yo, I like that. It's not a woman. It's his decisions.
I'd like to say
That's a bar.
I agree with Mr. Let Go. I'm getting a little sleepy. But yeah, something that I saw was I worked on
y'all can't be on the panel talking about y'all getting sleepy, man. I mean,
And is that the only thing you agree with? I thought you were going to say, I agree with Mr. Let Go and what he said. What he said was amazing.
Y'all keep that stuff to yourselves. I mean, we ride. That's what we do. Y'all ride.
Yeah,
out.
that's what we do.
Oh, you gotta ride out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm riding out. I'm riding.
But what else do you agree with? That's the first thing with me.
Well,
Talking about you sleepy.
I agree with that mainly.
I ain't never said out of 2.5, 3 years. I ain't never said I was sleepy.
You never said you were sleepy.
I probably missed one Thursday. People want to be big, but y'all consistency is the key.
Right.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Talk to him, JR.
Don't
do that, let go.
want to be consistent. Everybody complain and whine.
Yep.
Be consistent.
Yep.
Okay. I rescind
I've been up on the panel twice with COVID.
That's right.
Oh my God.
They tired.
And I was up on the panel twice with whatever. I'm just going to say some crazy.
I never seen people.
I think he was being serious, so I don't think he was.
Yeah.
We could have had a serious conversation, man. We turned it into a
I'm
joke.
just wondering how y'all really taking yourself serious, and introducing all of these different layers into y'all lives and y'all relationships, and we can't even master holding one thing down. We can't even figure out how to even get our own households in order. We still at step 0. We still trying to figure out how to get motherfuckers married and all of this shit. And y'all talking about all of this other wild shit, introducing it, and y'all justifying it. That's and again, maybe
But it's
I'm
not
the
working,
crazy one, but I think
Anton.
that's wild. I think it's wild.
It just hasn't been working. And all I'm saying is, whether it's right or wrong, what Ray is saying, if we started these 2 women, 1 man marriages and relationships to give that a try and start building, because the thing about it, just like with the gay community, right? It's a side of town where all the people live at, and it's a community. And then if it turns into a polygamous community where all the people who got 2 wives and all this other shit move in this certain area or whatever, it turns more into a community. And my whole thing is, whether it's right or wrong, when there's more people connected from a community standpoint, it's better than what we have now, because everybody is separated. Dudes don't want to be with women. Women don't want to be with dudes. And we all are scared of the other damn person.
Let me ask you a question, Let Go.
Yeah.
Would you give your blessing to your daughter to be a second wife?
Yes.
Would you really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, cool.
I understand. JR, can I?
Yeah, you can go ahead if whoever want to leave it's understandable.
Okay. Well, I like the conversation. What I was gonna say is, how does that look? So, Mr. Let Go, let's just entertain that thought. How does that look with people now? We're talking about kids from divorced, kids from all of that. How does that look in a household? A son being raised by 2 women and 1 father, or a little girl being raised by 2 fathers and 1 mother? Like, how does that?
Hold on, wait, 2 fathers? What?
Because
hold on. So
if we're entertaining that idea,
well, let me answer.
That look for children?
Let me answer. Depending on the structure of it, it will look beautiful. You know why? Because now you have 3 parents, 3 people, 3 nurturers. 2 people can work. 1 person could be at home with a kid. You got homeschooling now. You have the availability factor that a single parent household or a double parent household may or may not have, because there's more people there for the child to access. When a child has a bad dream, when a child is at baseball practice, say it's 2 kids, right? 1 parent could be over here with baseball, the other kid can be over here with something else, soccer, and then you know what I'm saying, whatever. So now you got a parent over here, you got a parent over there, and then you got another parent at home cooking. So when everybody comes home, boom, everybody has a hot plate, and everybody took care of everything. Huh?
But I'm just saying, because I can understand that, but when we entertain it, I think of when you're having a child. So the
child will be happier.
What's the difference of a man and woman hiring a nanny? The only difference is he's fucking the woman, right?
No, a nanny is just there temporarily. A nanny is just there for when a child. Hold on. The typical nanny is there when a child is little, and then a nanny goes away. When it's a married household or 2 wives or whatever, the wives never go away. So you grow up with these people, and then next thing you know, it's a bigger community. I'm not saying it's perfect, but that's extremely sustainable.
This ain't got nothing to do with community. This is about sexual desire. It's 100% about pussy. That's all it's about. It's about pussy. It's about sexual desire, and then we justifying it, we modifying it to make it work for the rest of the ways in which we live our lives.
I believe in community.
I think that as a society we overly sexualized. I think that we don't have any discipline, and I think that the path that we're going down is just becoming even more broken.
Hold on, why do we act like this is just happening though?
Well, it's
been like this. We just gotta figure something new out.
That's like saying why we acting like murder just happened or sin just happened. We don't have a problem continuing to denounce that. If you feel like something is wrong, it doesn't mean that it's ever going to go away from society, but it also doesn't mean that I validate it, because then when you open Pandora's box, because I'm gonna be honest with you, most people open Pandora's box, and there's a lot of other facets to it that people don't take into consideration. Is jealousy, is envy. It's a lot of different things that go along with that we really not even having a real conversation about. We just talking about the surface level.
Yeah. Anton, think about this.
Really built to have that relationship dynamic.
You know why?
People in the household as a
community. Hold on. You know why?
Come on.
You know why? Because it's not normal. That's why. We're programmed to do certain things, Anton.
Can I ask you a question? If you did, let's say, circumstantial and something might be happening in life, do you think you could impact someone's life negatively if you had another wife and kids? Like, and that,
I think that I can impact somebody else's wife.
Yeah, like if you had
negatively.
If you had another wife and had
bring in
children,
their kids.
you think you would do something detrimental to society, or do you think you'd help society?
Help.
Honestly,
Yeah, I don't even think that I could be as good as I could. Man, let me tell you something, bro. With one child, I am slammed. Like, I am exhausted.
Amen
Real
to that.
talk.
Real
That
talk.
shit is work. It is a full-time job being there. She got, you know what I'm saying, taekwondo and all of that. I was very intentional about only having one child because I knew what it came along with. Most of our children don't have the sufficient resources. They don't have the support. They don't have the parenting. Most people need two households in order for them to even make enough money to survive, considering all of the inflation, all of the shit that
You mean two people?
Most households need two incomes in order for you to survive, which means that the overwhelming majority of people are not in the home. And we don't even have traditional households anymore because we race into the top, and you don't have a mother in the home to really even be able to nurture.
But what if
and
it was
cook
a third person?
And show and all of this other type of stuff. And so women is operating in their masculine. They out all day in the same way that men are out all day. And our children aren't even getting all of the foundation and the need and the stuff they need in order to be successful. So what I'm saying is that
you're proving my point. If it was a third person, just as an example with you, Anton, not saying you should.
I'm gonna solve this really easily.
With a third person, you wouldn't be so exhausted.
I'm gonna solve this really easily for you. Let go. When me as an individual, if it was just me by myself, it would be so easy. It would be so much easier to do most shit. When I have a wife, it's like paying times 3.
Confused. I'm confused.
Everything costs exponentially more when you have more people in the household and more people to feed.
I'm listening. I'm still confused.
You add more mouths into that household, it becomes exponentially harder. It's not just a simple equation of you bring more people and it's easier. No, it becomes 10 times more expensive for you to be able to survive. Think about it.
Even with everybody working?
Usually, well, if everybody working, then it goes away from
No, 2 people working, 1 person stays home.
No.
I don't know. I'm
stay
just
home, Mr. Let Go. Because everything becomes triple and quadruple. It's exponentially multiple. If I'm just in a crib by myself, the light bill and electricity bill is probably $30 and $40. Having a family, that shit is like $200 and $300. It's exponentially more expensive across the board.
But you got another set of hands in the house that can make money or provide for the kids, or it's more bandwidth. It's like 5G versus 4G.
This is wild. This is
it's just something that could work. It could. It's a bad side to everything.
It's actually something that's gonna have to work in the future in order for.
Yeah, it's gonna have to work, Anton, because nothing's working now. Nobody's staying together, bro.
We too open to too many options and too many alternatives
because it's not working.
Because we're not embracing the thing that's right in the first place. We got away from the thing that actually works. We had the blueprint. It was working.
Let me ask you a question.
Either people don't want it or it's not working.
No. You making excuses. We had the blueprint to what was working. We went away from it.
Women are leaving marriages exponentially.
It's the current version is not working.
Women are leaving the damn marriages, though.
What do you mean it was working?
Okay, think about this. Just another quite crazy way we're looking at things, right? Say if you met, okay, I get with 2 women, right? I can't marry both women, right? I don't know how that shit works, but I marry one of the women. The other woman I can't marry, right? Now, worst case scenario, we all building, we got kids, everything is great. The woman turns around and says, I want a divorce. I'm out of here. I still got old girl here. One is now she's going to be looking at her like, wow, that's what you're doing that. You're going to leave both of us. You built a family with both of us. This whole situation, you're just going to leave. She can't find this situation and replace it with somebody else because a typical household has 2 people. So she's not only going to lose me, she's going to lose her also, because she's going to be in a position where she is attached not only to me, but her also. The children are going to be attached to me and her also. That's going to make it harder for her to want to leave because she's attached to 2 people and not 1 person. Going to a single household versus a household like that, or either dating somebody else, is going to be harder for her to replace because it's 2 people that she's leaving. So that actually can cause her to reconsider getting a divorce because she's attached to 2 people. And you can't say a woman can't love another woman. That's 2 attachments that will keep her married to the man.
Let me ask the real question from a mathematical standpoint, Anton. So just answer me this, Anton. If every man got married in the United States, would every woman have a husband?
It's actually
I'm just saying, just to try. I got to follow.
Just answer the question, Anton.
Either yes or no.
I don't know. Okay, I'm answering the question. I don't know what's the ratio of men to women in the United States.
It's 19.
In the United States specifically. However, I know worldwide there's actually an equal amount of men and women in the United States or in the entire world.
But most
if you look it up, if you Google it right now, and actually Courtney proved me wrong on this because I used to think the same thing. If you Google it right now, there's actually more men in the world than there are women.
In America or the world?
In the world.
We're talking about America.
Talking about the world. I was talking about.
I just
talking about the United States.
I have no clue about how many people.
Well, there's more women in the United States than men.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
United States. So that means if
you can't even substantiate that because then you have immigration and you have uncounted people and the census is not accurate.
You
conflating now. You're doing what Ray was doing earlier.
I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. There's more men in the world than there are women. That is
in America. It's more women.
Here's my follow-up. Here's my follow-up question, and this just applies to this nation.
Start winding it down, family. Start winding it down.
If your net worth is $700 billion.
What?
God damn! What?
Just go with me. If your net worth is $700 billion,
I want 8 women.
Do you think it's beneficial for you to have 1 wife and a couple of kids, or to have multiple wives?
I think it's a benefit to have 1 wife and however many kids that you want.
What? You got $700 billion? Like, you know how many families you can feed? I have 8 chicks. I have 8 single mothers.
That brings me to my point.
I can feed a lot of families without having another wife.
This nation
but you can have sex with the woman instead of just feeding them.
I don't need more sex, bro.
Hold on, but I feel like this nation with capitalism.
Why the fuck I need more sex?
Hold on, real quick. This nation is, I think, exploiting people and generations as far as wealth by having a small percentage of people have all the money.
Yes.
And the rest of the people don't have none.
This shit may be a trick. It's a trick.
What I'm saying, if you're gonna make 1% of the people have all the money, part of that 1%, you could fix a lot of poverty if 1%.
A big ass mansion with 3 people in it. That's crazy.
Families and multiple children.
These people be having big ass mansions with 3 people in the goddamn house.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, JR, did you play that? Remember that clip I sent you?
Me personally, I think it's selfish for a billionaire to only have 1. If you make $500 billion, you're selfish if you only have 1 wife.
I agree.
But there's all these women in poverty
like a minute of it.
that you can wife.
I'm talking about children.
Y'all
talking about women. I'm looking at the children. These fucking children can be billionaires.
It'll help with poverty. I just honestly think looking at it from a mathematical standpoint.
Do you know that the overwhelming majority of the world's billionaires, including Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, do you know what the Giving Pledge is? The Giving Pledge is that, as a matter of fact, one of the people that's a part of the Giving Pledge is Jeff Bezos' former wife. She's given away literally multi-billions of dollars of her wealth. What?
You know why? I'm saying, because you can give away money, but if you're giving it away to people who aren't, as an example, as smart or as affluent and as understanding
Do you
or
know
as
who? Do you know
capable.
where
Hold on,
she's
hold on, hold on.
allocated?
I just want to say this to people who may not be as affluent as a person that has the money, they'll actually lose it. But if those people were in some type of community where the money went down to the people and one person was the general and say, hey, use the money this way, and you are, under that person's leadership, that person would most likely do something better with the money. Because when you can give money to poor people and all the other shit, but guess what? The poor people are still going to be poor because they don't know how to manage or invest the money.
All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and play this clip for Ali, and then we'll end it off with Ali. All right, here we go.
Now the final encounter. Olumide Chinedu, show us some action.
Good evening, judges. Biologically, sex is designed for one main purpose: procreation. Anything else, that's extra. The female reproductive cycle comes around once a month. For a man, it's every day. For each sexual act, the woman's one egg is matched by the man's 120 million sperm cells. Now let's do some calculation. 120 million sperm cells a day, every day, as opposed to one egg a month, every month, means, assuming all the cells are viable, that it will take only 30 men to impregnate all the women in the world. This points to one clear fact. A man is, by nature, polygamous. Monogamy and fidelity are unnatural situations promulgated by religious beliefs and social pressures. Take those away, every man will cheat. It's simply biological.
I just want y'all perception about that. Like, what y'all think about that video?
Well, when you take away religious and societal fixtures and governments and all that stuff, whatever, then you get back to the normal thing. I mean, you can't fight the originality of how your biological makeup was supposed to be pushed out. I mean,
but at the end of the day, I feel humans, regardless of gender, are naturally polyamorous. People always bring up this sperm and egg thing, right? That men producing all
that's the
these.
first time I heard him bring it up.
Oh, I hear it all the time. Being a polyamorous educator,
That probably would be the case.
Yeah, they bring it up all the time. They say men produce all these sperm and women only produce one egg. So men are meant to have all these women while women are meant to be monogamous. And science shows our closest genetic relative is the bonobo. And in the bonobo, they have a similar reproductive system. The male bonobo produces all this sperm, and the female bonobo produces one egg per month. But at the end of the day, in the bonobos, everybody is screwing everybody. They're all doing their thing. This is what nature shows us. So at the end of the day, I don't believe it's only meant for men, but I believe in your relationship, if that's what you agree upon, and if you are, as a woman, are comfortable being monogamous with one man, I believe you should do that. But I don't think nature dictates men to have multiple women and women to only have one man.
Nature dictates a lot of things. Nature dictates that when you get mad, you hit somebody up inside the head. But as we've grown throughout society, we realize that it's probably not the most productive way in order to handle our anger, right? We naturally want to fuck. We naturally, even when by ourselves, watch porn. We do a lot of things naturally, but the thing that makes us human and separates us from animals is that we actually can think our way out of a brown paper bag and make better decisions than the animals that we then compare ourselves to.
But how can you say that monogamy is automatically a better decision?
I didn't even speak about monogamy in that last thing that I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
Go ahead. Y'all done with y'all dialogue?
No, I didn't know, because you said Ali can get the last word. I can go on. We could cook.
Oh, I just want to know what y'all thought about the video.
I usually tend not to listen too much to women. From a leadership perspective, I take into consideration what they say, but that's not the determining factor for whether or not I'm gonna make the decision one way or another, because I think that that's the reason why we in the situation that we in right now, is because we had a lot of women with a lot of opinions. So
I mean, yes, it's a woman in that particular clip, but you can find many, many other clips with men stating the same sentiment.
usually they simps, and their mindset is a reflection of the femininity that they advocating for.
Okay. All right.
And y'all right, bar is hell. Like, we don't have no bar no more. We don't have no kind of standard or nothing. It's just like, let's figure this shit out. Let's fuck everybody. We don't even know how to put on a fucking condom no more, but let's fuck everybody. The STIs and the STDs in Atlanta it actually rivals that of a third world country. One out of every 3 people is walking around with fucking herpes and an STD. But yo, let's just get poly. Let's fuck everybody. Let's have some more kids. Everybody fucking need therapy, but let's have more kids, y'all. Let's combine our resources. When we combine our powers like Voltron and come together, we gonna fix this shit.
Anton, I honestly think that the things you're saying is already being done. There's nothing to start doing. This stuff is already being done. It's just no structure. There's no structure.
I'm not of y'all anymore. Today I divest myself from this culture and this community permanently, because this shit is hell. This is absolutely hell.
We're not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the stuff that you're stating, it's not something that somebody is trying to make happen. It's just this stuff is already being done. People are already polygamous or whatever.
Okay,
People
good job.
are already shooting the club up and making kids out of wedlock and all that stuff. Some people are just trying to look at it and say, okay, look, there's no way to stop. There's never been to stop this for centuries. We just never have been able to get in front of this. How do we figure this out? How do we
women are having children less and less, so it's not the same. That generation is past. They're not
You
having
can say
children.
we're having children less and less, but the numbers as far as single mother household is also increasing. So
It's not.
actually it is increasing.
Then that means that they will be having. That's another conversation. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to speak to something Anton said earlier. You said that when a man reflects that sentiment, that men are naturally polygynous, that is a reflection of their femininity. So do you think it's feminine for a man to desire or have multiple women?
I don't think it's feminine to have emotions. I think it's feminine to act on your emotions.
That's not what I asked.
It actually answers your question. So I don't think it's feminine to desire or to like anything. I think it's feminine to act on that desire.
So it's feminine for a man to have multiple women.
I think it's feminine to make a decision based off of emotion. Yes.
So the answer
because the reason the context is the reason why he wants multiple women is so he can fuck them. It doesn't actually add to any productivity, or it helps actually what's going on with what it is that he building.
So
you don't think there's no possibility that a man can have, or a couple could want a second woman to join the household for reasons other than just sex?
No, I think that men.
I disagree. I think
that he wants to fuck her. So wait. You would want another chick in your household other than anything for other reasons, primarily other than sex.
If my woman came to me and said, "Hey,
no, we're not talking about what your woman wants.
I'm gonna answer. If my wife is infertile, for example, then I would want to know. I would be accepting to a conversation that allows another woman to come into the picture for the sake of having helping with babies. If my wife told me, "Hey, I don't want to have any more kids, and I want more kids," and she said, "Hey,
they actually have processes for that where you don't have to she don't actually have to have a kid."
Well, I get it, but I mean, there's other means.
We saw for it. Now what?
But it's an option, though. It's an option.
Is it not an option? In the crib so you can fuck on her. That's cool.
I'm just saying. There's another option. There's multiple options. You got in vitro. You got all these other stuff.
Yeah, but why not?
The average person cannot afford that.
So why are we trying to have kids the unnatural?
Okay, so now we want to talk about it. I'm just talking about people who can afford it. We could talk about the average person, or we could talk about people who can actually see these things through.
The average person is shouldn't even be having kids, to be honest.
But whether you like it or not, the average person is having kids, and the
Right,
average
and
person
whether
is
you
doing
like it or not, the average person is not built to even deal with one woman, let
We
alone.
do, but there was places.
No.
No.
You want to talk about what the average person should be doing, whether you like it or not.
I'm not talking about what an average person should be doing. I'm telling you what the average person is doing.
Right, and the average person is also fucking on more than one person, but it doesn't mean it is right.
I'm not disputing,
and that's the reason why
anybody is doing. What I'm saying is, whenever there was cases where men was sleeping with men and women were sleeping with men, we wasn't talking. Just hear me out. We wasn't talking about what.
Back up. What was that part? What was it? You said where men were sleeping with men and what?
And women were sleeping with men. What they did was they came together and they said, "Hey, look, how about we create some structure in this?" Now you got gay marriage.
When men were sleeping with men.
I don't know. Y'all not following me?
No,
I'm sorry. I'm tracing back. Listen, I'm tracing. Listen, people, men and women were deviating from the norm way back before we had policies and laws and stuff that allowed them to actually do it with some type of structure. And even then, people are gonna do what they want to do. What I'm saying is, now that you got people that want to have multiple partners, like what in Rhea's case, I'm saying there's no in the nation, from far as my concern, there's no structure for that type of relationship. There's no structure for a man to marry two women, but there is structure for a man to marry a man.
And I don't agree with that either.
I'm not saying we agree with it. I'm saying that these things are happening. I'm saying the way they was happening with the LGBT community, what they did was they added laws and stuff, and they created some type of structure so they can have some type of, laws or regulations to go by.
And guess what it became?
I'm saying there's nothing.
And it became a slippery slope. And now we dealing with all the ramifications. And now they're using that same premise in order to justify how people feel about little kids. They're using that same premise over in California in order to justify bestiality. They're using that same premise in order to allow for men to join women's sports. They're using that same principle in order to allow for when your daughter go to the bathroom, it's a strong possibility that motherfucker identify as a woman, and he can go and use the bathroom in the same space as your little daughter is in. It's a lot of ramifications that come along with it. And just because they did it, don't mean that it's right.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying, don't you find it puzzling that a man and a woman, that relationship didn't get amplified by having an extra woman, but the relationship for a man and a man was ushered into the policies and laws.
The reason why it was ushered in is because men like us didn't stand up against it and say, fuck that shit, we not rocking with it. We opened the door and we said, well, everybody is doing it, so we might as well go along with it, because how does it hurt us? Now there's an agenda being pushed that your kid can't go to school without being indoctrinated by it, because they saying that this is the new norm. And because we don't stand up for the thing that's right, even if we wrong, here's the other side of it. You don't actually have to be right every single time as far as how you doing things, because we've all done things. And it doesn't mean that just because you're wrong and how it is that you've done things or you made a mistake that you can't come back from it, but then still have a moral compass by what you stand on as a foundation, so we can say, listen, I know I crossed the line over here, but damn, I need to get myself back to that thing that I know is the right thing to do. But because we don't fucking stand up and hold the line and say, damn, we can't go all the way that way, what we say is legalize everything and let everything just go to fucking hell.
No, who's saying that?
Society. Because wrong people give in to the narrative because everybody is doing it, and that's what the average is.
The way I say things is the way I operate. And I do it for, like something you stated earlier, I do it for the sake of my children.
That's why we losing.
I do it for the sake of my children. Hold on. I do it for the sake of my children, to give them a representation how a man's supposed to be, how a father's supposed to be. Everything else is just some bullshit to me, honestly.
We don't stand for nothing, and we weak.
So
and to show how weak we are, we get defeated by everybody. We get defeated by white people, the LGBT, the alphabet community. We get defeated by women and feminism. We get defeated by every fucking thing on the face of the earth, and then we sit here and we complain and we have these conversations about how it is that we fix the Black community. When we can't even stand on one thing, we can't stand on nothing. We
never wanted to. When in the 60s, okay. When we ushered in integration, we decided as a Black people that we didn't want to have a community. We didn't want to have a mutual interest. We had shops, we had brands, we had everything. We had our own buses. We didn't want to ride our buses. We wanted to ride the buses with the white people because we felt that we wasn't able to do it with them, and we were subpar.
I'm ready for for God to just come in, swoop in.
I'm just saying, though. I mean, we
burn this shit to hell, and let me be on my way. This shit is fucked up. Every day it just get worse and worse. Every day. I seen a man after I landed, went and picked up my rental car, came over to the hotel. I ain't even gonna say that online. I can't even.
Don't do it. But I say it all the time, man. We fought for segregation and the schools and all that other stuff, and coming in the same stores, pissing the same toilets. But we never fought for economic integration. I didn't see it. And if somebody
saw, gotta worry about integration. That's over. Everything is over. It's all done.
All right, you're right.
It's all done.
Else?
Such a defeatist attitude. Such a defeatist attitude, Anton.
Don't worry. I'm gonna go to sleep defeated tonight, and I'm gonna wake up with a burning sermon for tomorrow morning when I get on my show. Don't worry. I promise you. Happens every day.
All right. Well, you want to bust it down? Tell me when we bust it down.
Oh, you said bust it
down. Go ahead, son.
Your man and your woman waiting on you, ain't that Rhea?
No, fuck that. If I gotta bust these super chats down, everybody gonna stay here with me. Give me some faces or something. I'm about to knock this shit out real quick. Jonathan White with the fireball said, Cap, she was on another channel looking for a man a couple weeks ago. Darren Walker as a member said, bro, Mr. Let Go be scamming. I'm gonna see Pocket Watcher's face on Mr. Let Go clip one day. To Go says there are a lot of 200-pound plus women single by choice, no offense. Mr. Charles, us men are the prize and the creators of life. Shout out for the 2-ball. Congo with the 20 ball says real precious and Lady Di. Amen. KK's Day says Ali is definitely the prize. Oh, wait, Ali. I'm gonna leave that one up there for 1 second. Let me go to the next one. Kelly, what up, Kelly? With the 2-ball says JR is the prize, and so is Kelly. Shout out to Kelly. Everything original, everything else is carbon copy. With the 5-ball says I don't agree with polyandry, but many people are in polyandry situations unconsciously because all of these people with baby daddies and baby mamas. Kelly Connection said you guys have an extremely skewed perspective. So men are trash, not a prize, and a good woman adds value to a man. Both are a prize to each other. OEEICC, I'm going to just give you the abbreviation original, says Eve said she is single by choice, but her drunken moment added to her singleness. Also says both are the prize, and Ali is easy on the eyes. Ali, what is going on out here? Praise God, he always be looking so deep in thought, though, which is guess is good. Okay. Caesar's Palace says Mr. Let trying to give women more control over men. Ms. Parker, back to the basics, says prize equal value. Whatever someone place value on, they hold that person as a prize. It's subjective. Ezra Daly with the 20 ball. I appreciate you. Ezra says let go is crazy. Ain't nobody supporting the Eat the Boo and Buy Her Tires movement. Original everything with the 10 ball says I agree, Mr. Let Go. If you're dealing with women, you should leave them in an equal or better situation when they were in before. In my religion, it says one should do that, but you put them in a better situation. Wolf of God 369 says Eve couldn't control a remote. Caesar's Palace with the 5 ball says so poor white men are more of a prize than Anton, who is rich just because he's black and they are white. Really? Do you guys see how this makes no sense? JMD 749 with the 5 ball. Shout out to our overseas people. Let Go in his chaotic female energy as usual, making no sense. As Chris Rock said, bring in the pain. Bring the pain on ninjas. Let go's keeping it real dumb. Shaking my head. Chris J with the fat ball says men are the prize because they take most risk and the lion's share of consequences if things go south, not the women. To go says men love your woman as God loves the church. God is definitely in control. Saint Cartier, also a member, says y'all allow Rhea to CD. What is CD? I don't know what CD means. Amen X says bring some order to this shit, Anton. G Firm says Mr. Let Go is the one tipsy tonight. He can't stop speaking. Roho's custom card therapy says like a woman who controls herself within the standard I provide within my household. Rakeem says, I said before and I'll say it again, a lot of women are willing to submit. They just aren't willing to submit to foolishness. Do all things in wisdom, men. Black, built like a conquering king, says, as an average man, I am seeking an average woman. The problem is that no woman is average. Chad Poole says, I am the owner, GM. My wife is the coach and my kids are the star players. Everybody got a role. Just trust and follow the plan. Machine, also a member, says, prize, rookie, pookie kids, and a flippant mouth. Miss Parker, back to basics, says most women are nanny and housekeeper. To go says she is an AMG with a banana and a tailpipe. Y'all fucking crazy. Miss Parker, back to basics, says the scripture says it's not good for a man to be alone. There's a reason God made woman. Come on, y'all. Dead Pill with the 10 ball says, shout out to Precious and the rest of the panel. We appreciate you. To go says for Eve, Anton get a 200-pound plus woman. I guess he got to be strong. Miss Parker, back to basics, says women are born to be helpmeets, regardless of people's experience. That is our purpose. Milton M. Appreciate you with the 10 ball says, while men are being continuously criticized about their level of masculinity, you, self-described women, aren't even ladies, and there's a big difference between the two. We appreciate you. My dog Quentin, what up, Quentin? Says Anton preaching a good word tonight. Will G says Mr. Let Go is doing Anton's ad-libs like the Migos. Kelly Connection says, is community penis a prize? Used open toy. Black Lexicon says, what is the greatest gifts a man personally can give to you as a woman? If you know the answer, you know. You don't. If you know the answer, if you don't know, chill. All right, I got it. To go with the fireball says Isaiah 3:12 says youths oppress my people. Women rule over them. My people, your guides lead you astray. They turn you from the path. Men take control. Rob with the fireball says from now on, we need to address Anton as Chef Anton. A man always cooking up nothing but facts. To go says mental illness is real. Shout out to Rhea. HLC Jr. says open relationship not good no matter what. My dog Trigger Mike, make sure y'all check out the Trigger Mike show tomorrow morning. How much to boot Rhea? I will donate one of the earnings from one of my shows. Her feminist idiocy is making my balls itch, not the balls. Hunt C is also a member. Fireball says open relationships are definitely for couples that are solid, mature, and should be discussed during the dating phase. Shout out to Matthew Funches, just dropped the 10 ball, didn't even say nothing. We appreciate you. Our friends over the pond, JMD 749 says feminism is chaotic and supported by the system because it makes us weak. Individualism, not stronger as a group. That's why identity is so fluid today. Caesar's Palace, also a member with the fireball, says if a man lays down his life for a woman, I think he should have the option to step out on occasion if he does it the right way with conditions. Truly with the 2 ball says Ray is a smart one. Bodied these dudes, fact, no cap. To go, polyamory is something people with a questionable past want. You know you want that if you want to bust down. Shout out to Rhea. Caesar's Palace with the fireball says Bill Gates had a whole girlfriend the wife knew about for almost 30 years. Is he any less of a good man to her or his kids? Billy Goat Gruff with the 20 ball or the 10 ball says, did this girl Rhea says bring another woman in to carry the workload? You heard it. Black women are workloads. Shaking my head. Workload Rhea is a professional with a degree. She got two. Girl, not her dude. Young black men listen to Anton. To go with the 10 ball says polygamy and polyamory is different. Polygamy with a man being married to multiple women is for family and having kids. That is the origin of it, not to just have sex with multiple women. Shout out to my dog Cheeky says, fam, if this isn't about integrity, women just plainly state your body count so men can clearly assess who you are. This isn't about integrity. It's about how she feels. SMS Sweeney Podcast says it don't work, Mr. Let Go. This entire country was built on monogamous relationships with nuclear families. What are you talking about? Cheeky with the 10 ball says, how do you people draw lines? It's confusing as to how we talk crazy to each other, disrespect each other, both men and women, but draw the line at sex and the same people be whores, both genders. To go with the 10 ball says a dowry was given to the family to get their daughter because that was an asset leaving the family. The woman was a contribution and her leaving cost money. Cheeky banter with a 10 ball says women ain't have financial options or freedom of choice. Of course it was working. Slavery was working too. LOL. Crime rates was down. Hashtag bring back slavery. JJ Carver as a member also says if households now need 2 incomes, imagine if 3-person households became the new norm. Households would eventually need 3 incomes. We don't need that can of worms open. HLC Jr. says, Mr. Let Go, Mr. Cutoff is losing his mind and confusing Anton is and was right. To go with the 10 ball says, Anton, about that Google stat you said about more men than women. Did you look into the regions or countries that had more men that made it so? And why in those regions there were more men? Probably not. Peasy, shout out to the student of observation. I appreciate you. Cheeky Banner says, Mr. Clean need to take his damn Richland because this dude always talking. Damn. Peasy with another 5-ball. I appreciate you. Chris J says, Lord save this God-forsaken community. Naseem says, was about to say it got quiet, but realized it calls let go left. That man long-winded like Chicago in the winter. Shout out to our new member, John Shaw. Shout out to the Lapeef Great Show. And then shout out to the Big Pressure is also a new member. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with us. If you have not already, make sure you subscribe to every single person's channel that is on the panel. Make sure you subscribe to their Instagram. Make sure you subscribe to Lapeef Let's Talk. If you haven't already, hit a like for the YouTube algorithm and turn on your notifications. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with us all the way 4.5+ hours later. We've been rocking with y'all. Y'all been rocking with us. We have a loyalty to y'all like y'all can't believe. We absolutely love y'all and we adore y'all and we appreciate every single person that sent a super chat or showed love to the panel. You guys are absolutely awesome.
I just want to say thank you for the panel. I know it's been extended. We started late. My apologies, but we got through it. So make sure, like Anton said, make sure you follow everybody on the platform. Go ahead and support. Rhea, we don't get tired over here, just so you know. We don't get tired over here.
Okay, I learned my lesson.
Check out OJI. This question is for Rhea. 1 man and 4 baby mama and 1 man, 4 wives, which is more honorable?
I'm muted. Sorry. I think 1 man with 4 wives is more honorable.
Well, you haven't. We out, y'all. Y'all hit the like button on your way out. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Thank you again.